right? Peace to everybody. Got Raphael Statura, Energetic Born, District 120, Wordsmith, L. Lowry, Peace, SW, Born King, DeBar, Wise You, Energetic Born, which you probably be calling when I'm not a, what's the name? In fact, there's a brother I got a call that he's from North Carolina. Highs Eads. Yeah, he's from North Carolina. He got he want to come in tune with what's going on down there. Brothers having any rallies or civilization classes. I'm pretty sure he said he in Charlotte. But when somebody from North Carolina come in the room, we call him back and see what's the deal with that. So yeah, everybody, Lord Shalab, it's the science. Queen Mecca. Everybody do the each one teach one and hit the like button for me. Because it doesn't appear that the alerts are going out today. You know, that's day to day. You know what I'm saying? And this is a pretty good question we got here today. You know, it's not really formulated like a question. But we talking about power manifested, kinetic versus potential. D. Christian, you made it in time today. You know, kinetic versus potential and what the difference is. You got an alert, Born King. That's it's touch and go. I don't know, but you know what I heard too. I heard that sometimes YouTube it turns the alerts off or something. Like you got to make sure that it's on. You know, but dealing with kinetic versus potential is what we want to get into today. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, a lot of times you may feel disrespected. You know what I'm saying? Or you may feel like 85% is giving you a hard time. You see what I'm saying? When they asking you, well, you know, if you got it, then you know why this or why that. See, that's the difference between potential and kinetic. Is that kinetic is seen and heard everywhere. Potential, that's just seen by you and your mom. See, everybody's mother thinks they could be the best president of all time. But see, kinetic is shown and proven. So this is the science, man, when, you know, just like that, what I said, if something only exists in your mind and to your old earth, then that's not all of the worlds. So we getting into the crux now of, you know, what separates me now from when I was at 85%. See, because potential can't be the maker and the owner. It's the green one. SW said possibility versus reality. You know, possibility is a small part of reality. But, that's not all reality. Everybody can't see that. But now here comes the fine line. Is that even as the 5%, right? Can everybody around you see what it is that you teaching? See, that's why a lot of times the people have doubt. Is that they haven't seen or heard anything from you that manifests the power that you're speaking of. See, a lot of times when we get into just speaking on the lessons, the original man is this, the original man is that, to make the owner, God and the owner of the earth belongs, we get into speaking on what the potential is. But how much of that have you really made kinetic? See, because, how much of it you really made kinetic, that's the difference between how much you preaching and how much you teaching. See, we got the wordsmith. Is the wordsmith still in here? Let's get a definition on what is preaching and what is teaching. See, because we don't proselytize. Because of exactly what I'm saying. If that potential energy exists within you, then all it needs is a what? Catalyst, a spark. Well, as you said, power manifested as kinetic energy where it is put into motion, or that magnetic where the potential is just stored energy, not used. No. Potential and kinetic is different. See, because what you don't use, you will lose. See, it's the you gotta remember that kinetic is the full application, implementation. See, you got electricity running through the walls in your house that have potential to run appliances, but someone has to build the appliances and then you got to plug it in and turn it on. Or else that power won't be manifested. But where's the nah. This is good. I understand what y'all saying. But what is the definition of preaching? I know the preacher. I've seen preachers before. Got my little food on there in the Mr. Green once said you got to be activated. SW said potential is neutral power, kinetic is power applied. Peace said you know better, you could do better or worse. You know, there's a huge. I'm gonna give you a good example of the difference between potential and kinetic energy. The roof that's over your head, right, is potential energy stored in there. Your Asiatic mathematics, what's going on with the definitions today? You keep telling me I understand what a preach is. What does preach mean? And what does teach mean? But how many people knew that there's potential energy stored in the roof over their head? The rest you in right now, did you know that there's potential energy stored in the roof? Anyone? Did anyone know that? Surely some of the brothers that deal with construction. All right. 793rd says, indeed, since the sun beams on the roof ever since it was built, SW said, I think it's potential energy everywhere. That's just how I think about things naturally, though. The bar said potential energy is energy stored at rest, while kinetic energy is energy in motion and transfers from one form of matter to another. All right, now we got some definitions coming up. Teaches to provide knowledge or skill, to cause to learn by example or experience. All right, now check out this right here, right? Whatever was the energy that was used to get the roof where it's at right now, like whatever your roof is made of, when they pick that thing up off the ground, that took energy. And now that energy is stored, right, in the roof being up that high. And if that energy goes into kinetic, right, then the roof is going to crash down on you. Like when you stretch a rubber band back, right? When you playing with a slingshot, I'm saying, the different brothers that might have played with a slingshot or you play with rubber bands. When you pull the rubber band, right? The rubber band is storing the energy that you use to pull it back. And depending upon how strong you are to pull it back, right? That's how much energy is stored in for when it snaps the other way. So the walls and the beams that your house is made of is strong enough to keep that energy from going kinetic. So you see what I'm saying is the difference between potential and kinetic, meaning how crucial it is. See, in one, nothing ever happens. See, what is the the most basic definition that they give us in elementary school, right? Of what is energy? What is the most basic definition that they give us for what is energy? Preach means to say. Seven eighty third so said in the sense, since the roof was built, each amount of pressure necessary made by the hammer or nail guns are all stored within the roof as well. Indeed. All of that's storing the energy. Now, Asiatic mathematics said the first definition that he got for what energy is electricity. The first definition that they gave me when I was in school for electricity is similar to what the boss is saying right here. Energy is force that does work. That was the first definition that I got, was energy is something that has the ability to do work, to matter. That's what energy is. You know what I'm saying? Force equals mass times displacement. You know what I'm saying? When we measure energy, right? We measure it by the amount of work that it can do. right? We measure energy by the amount of work that it could do. Now look, here's the thing with potential energy. Potential energy is not doing no work. See, it's potentially energy. See, in all reality, look, us as people, right? As I'm talking about just as a person, physically, right? Did you realize that you was potential energy? Your physical, your physical, your physical, your physical body. You got universal and Jah light came in. How many people did you realize that your physical body is potential energy? Yeah, the physical composition itself. Now, SW, this is right and Jack. We vibrating internally, but it's not just that. Right now, right? Let's say, um, let's say, uh, I took you down to the electricity plant, right? Where they produce electricity with coal. So they throw the coal into the furnaces burn, they use the steam or the heat or whatever to turn the generators, and the generators produce the electricity, right? I could throw your physical body in there and it'll burn, and it'll turn the generators and cause electricity, but it's just not going to be as efficient as coal. But if I can put you in the fire and you could burn, that's potential energy. See, they could tell you what's the potential that's stored in all the different energy. They could tell you, look, we could get this much energy out of wood, we could get this much energy out of oil, we could get this much energy out of coal, we could get this much energy out of nuclear. All of those things are physical matter. You see what I'm saying? Then when you say something is potential energy, it's potentially energy. I'm not saying it's fake. I'm saying it's potentially energy. It's not energy. That's going to be shown and proven, right? When it's applied and the energy becomes kinetic. See, that's another level of when they say matter and energy is never really created or destroyed, right? It just transfers. Sometimes it's transferring from matter to matter or energy to energy, and sometimes It's transferring from energy to matter, and energy to matter, and matter to energy. So this is the difference between us with the supreme knowledge of self, right? And us without the knowledge. This is why we say the power is the truth, because the truth is the spark that sets all that potential that was in us, that was potentially energy, potentially God, into true and living God. Did I lose anyone in here yet? Or is everybody, are we all on the same page? Yeah. See, that's what's specific about the truth, though. See, the truth that the black man is God, right, is the only thing that could activate the kinetic that exists within us. Like, you can know the truth about, what's going to happen on all the soap operas next week. You can know the truth about what's wrong with your car. You can know the truth about, all the tribes in Africa and the Middle East, or, every molecule of sand that's in Antarctica. But only when you realize that the power exists within you is the only thing that's going to set that in the kinetic. SW said power is the truth of the light of knowledge, which awakens one from potential to kinetic, mentally dead versus true and living. Lord Shalah said, kind of, what's the difference between matter and energy? Speed. The speed at which the particles is traveling. Well, see, Smoked Hour is saying, if he's following correctly, energy is within matter, and all matter contains energy. So you came in a little bit later. See, what we really was, we discussing potential energy versus kinetic energy. And what I'm demonstrating at the time when you came in is that matter contains potential energy. Like, when, just in one of the simplest forms, right? What is a nuclear bomb? What is an atomic bomb? An atomic bomb is a process in which they unleash the energy from the matter, which is the atoms that they're using, right? There's hydrogen atoms, uh, uh, nitrogen atoms. Remember, I'm gonna simplify it a little bit more. What is the formula that Albert Einstein is famous for? Well, energy and matter is two different stages of existence. And you get to the energetic form before you get to the structured matter form. But see, just like with this formula I just put right here, right? E equals MC squared, right? The E in this formula is for energy, right? The M is for matter, right? Or it's for mass, which is matter, right? And C is the speed of light squared. So that's why I said the difference, when you said what's the difference between energy and matter, that's why I said speed. Because when we look at electricity, right? Electricity is electrons flowing through a wire, right? And we know electrons from matter, protons, neutrons, and electrons. Or when we deal with the science of light, what produces light, right, is when an electron gets speeded up. And as it slows back down to its natural speed, that energy that releases is a photon. So all this stuff is really related, but we put it in different categories for calculation. Mr. Green once said the body of knowledge we possess and the attribute of being wise must be applied to activate and bring forth the best part, which is crucially important as it is the key or solution to life and manifesting our truth and the ability to direct others or advance and execute our will utilizing divine life for righteousness. Divine understanding came in. Yeah. But these is all the difference. You understand what I'm saying? The when you deal with that formula, theory of relativity, that's what is telling you how matter and energy relate. And from that formula, they was able to work out how much energy is stored in the atom. So now that we see the difference between uh, potentially energy and energy, Lord Shallah said the problem of XYZ was the catalyst for me born in a supreme understanding with this particular science or train of thought. Yeah, that's from our brother, man. Shout out to our brother, Great Mind, that returned to the essence very recently during this crisis. We didn't really get a chance to celebrate the lives, man, and the the things that those brothers added on to the nation. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's who wrote the problem at XYZ. Yeah, he definitely was a catalyst. You know what I'm saying, for brothers taking the lessons to a higher level. You know what I'm saying, understanding that it was much more than just the surface level. You know what I'm saying? So let's never forget Great Mind. Smoke Dollar said, "Thank God my son not an Android head." What's an Android head? Is anybody in the room from North Carolina? You need to call the brother. We got anybody from North Carolina in here? The guy is trying to come in tune. Wait, what? I got the problem of XYZ. I was told I was supposed to remove the X and be left with 25 letters in my alphabet, but I didn't study it that much. Shalai, you seen that in the problem of XYZ? God Cypher Divine and Halftime came in. Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. People got to share these jump offs on the we got to get the word out ourselves. Because sometimes it seems like it's not till like an hour in. It seems like it's not till like an hour in until we really get everybody in here. The What Did I Miss crew. Are you saying you glad your son is not caught up in his phone? I mean, that's most likely because of you. You're giving him things to occupy his mind. You know what I'm saying? To exercise his mind where he don't need it drawn out. Oh yeah, you missed. Man, God Cyber Divine. This really was. You're gonna have to go back and watch this God Cyber Divine. This was a particular. This was a particular one for you that you like the way we started off with this one. Oh, my ringtone, yeah. Oh yeah. I got it. Hold on, somebody just sent me a message. But so yeah, any questions on what we've been through so far? What we've been through so far today? Now I wouldn't say you got to sign off. You know, we're gonna keep it moving right now. We staying with the topic, but you know, we went through some fair amount of science. You know what I'm saying? That I personally think you would be interested in just from knowing you. But does anybody have any questions pertaining to what we've been dealing with so far? You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, from here, we're gonna move into how have you been manifesting your power? You know, to keep it light, right? For the you know, this is for everybody, right? This is the knowledge degree in the 1 in 10. What have you made? What have you owned? Where are you the cream? Like, where can I go around and people know you for being the most high? Where's the civilization? Where can I go and see the evidence of the civilization that you're the father of? See, because everybody jumps straight to God of the universe, right? As soon as you get the knowledge, you jump straight to God of the universe. When the only thing you really are at that point is the black man. And then you go straight to God of the universe. But did you fill in all those other blanks right there? See, that's the next. That's where we going with this now. See, because like I said, a lot of times you looking at the 85% saying why they not bearing witness. Okay, well, what do they have to bear witness to? See, because that's the same thing the people at the Christian church is saying to me. Why you not bear witness? Well, I don't see nothing. What's all this salvation you've been talking about? Like, how many people, you know, can you say something, you know, where you can really say something changed, Blair and Snotty. I'm talking about in your life and the things that you're doing. You know what I'm saying? What is the changes that you've made? See, that's the first thing you got to make. Because remember, the first duty is to become and remain civilized. Even before you could teach civilization, how could you teach it? So, what have you made out of your own self? See, have you raised yourself from the dead? See, when you dead, right? You laid out. You don't have power. You flat on the ground. But see, perpendicular, you standing straight up. See, even when you look at those little things that they show you evolution, right? All of the people before you get to man, or all of the beings before you get to man, is various degrees of hunched over. That's actually a unique trait to man in nature. You don't see no other animals that walk as upright as us, as man. So see, that's the first thing you got to show and prove. You have the power, right, to uplift yourself from the dead to perpendicular, standing on the square. And then the 19th alphabet tell us we got to help others. See, because like I said, some people, them doing their duty, or doing duty really amounts to you have conversations with other people that's 5%ers that have pretty much the same amount of knowledge that you have. So, now we getting back to teaching or preaching. So you just in the room preaching with all your friends saying amen. But you ain't really teaching nobody. God saved the mindset in my book, the civilization starts with my family. If you from my hood in the desert, go to 101st on the corner store and ask the average goon about God saved divine. You see? Jalai said, I'm doing gang intervention right now. Got a few brothers stop eating swine, talking like me and saying peace before phone calls. He said, I told you, dog can't be God. Yeah, that's that. And that was always that always was a bugged out term to me too. Like I never understood people saying that, but it's just one of those things that it's not a New York slang really. Smoked Out said if a brother points to his drops and how they move, is that evidence of civilization he's fathered? Well, it depends on where you leading them to. You know what I'm saying? And where they from. You know what I'm saying? Like, meaning, look, if you find some little kids that, they already in and out of jail. You know what I'm saying? Like, they already with the business. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe you was with the business with them. You know what I'm saying? And you organized them into something at first where they could just, some people got to be civilized and learn about righteousness before they could really fully get the knowledge of self. Now, if you take some kids that was, they was in the honor roll, and then all of a sudden you talking about they're your drops. Now that's not civilization. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, like if you took some kids and they was knocking down old ladies and beating old men in the head, right? For $20 in they pocketbook. And you told them, all right, listen. I see y'all desperate. But look, try this right here. Something where you're not running around your own neighborhood beating people in their head. You know what I mean? And then from there, if you was telling them, yo, look, why don't you just go to school, man? Just hang out till 3:00 and then do your dirt after. You know what I'm saying? It depends. And see, that's with anything. You could give people the knowledge. You could give them the lessons with one hand, and you could give them a pack with the other hand. It's not what you're telling them, it's where you leading them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where the drop started out at. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're dealing with that side, from what I understand, at least in the West Coast, some sets of gangs started out as football teams, as sports teams. And then they evolved into that. Some of them started out as dance crews. And then they evolved into that. So like I said, every student that or anybody that you teach, man, you gotta assess where they at. Because there's no use in trying to introduce them to no religion. The only thing you could do is teach them, what's the consequences of their actions, demonstrate that to them, and then hopefully they see it before they had to pay the consequences. But that's actually a big question. D. Christian says, so is the maker, owner, etc. pertaining to entrepreneurship, physical or mental. Entrepreneurship is something that you apply being the maker and the owner too. See, like for instance, I was building with God Cyber Divine earlier, right? About something that I learned just being a 5%. Just about being a 5%. One thing, this is just a story that brothers told me, you know what I mean? Or not really a story, but this is something that a few different brothers told me about Allah. You know what I'm saying? They said Allah would rarely tell somebody that they was wrong. That if it was a situation, Allah would say, well, look, if it was me, this is what I would have did, or this is what I would do. Or if it was a question, Allah would say, well, if it was me, this is how I would have answered that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm talking to God Cyber Divine about that, and he was like, yeah, that's a psychological science right there. that's how hostage negotiators and people that negotiate in situations like that, they use that tactic. Now, see, I ain't never negotiated for no hostages and none of that. But see, something that I learned as a 5%er would make me be successful in that realm. So see, knowing who you are and having a certain mindset, right, about what you want to do and what you want to accomplish in life will lead you to entrepreneurship. Being at 5%, once you already know that, hold on. You mean I got original brain and they got grafted brain, I gotta listen to them? That's already gonna spark you to say, hold on. Yeah, I don't need to be taking no orders from you. That's gonna spark you to entrepreneurship. See, whatever you built through your entrepreneurship would be what you made and owned. See, that would be the place, your business, that's where, look, remember I said, look, where you go and people say, yeah, he the best part right there. See, that would be the place where you go and people say, yeah, that's the owner right there. That's the boss. He's the cream of this here. You see what I'm saying? The entrepreneurship is an application of that. And it's physical and mental because, like I said, it's the mindset of knowing who you are as a supreme being instead of a slave. You know what I'm saying? So that, see, as a supreme being, you just looking out, all right, hold up, this is what I need to be doing. Now, if you're looking at it as a former slave, then you're like, yo, black people came a long way. They have this city job. Ain't that right, Master? We came a long way. As W said, killed my drinking habit last year, still evolving, still learning. Jalai said, I'm teaching drug recovery as well for those that want to link, hit me. SW said, I'm scared of drugs. That's one experiment I want no parts of. Yeah, that's how I tell people that if you from this general New York City right here, right, area, the crack generation was born between 1955 and 1965. I'm not saying that it's a need, there's nobody outside of those bounds, but in general, those are the people that was 16 and 25 in 1980. When nobody really knew what it was. By 86, 87, everybody in New York already knew what crack do. Like SW was saying, ain't no experiment. Like, you don't experiment with crack after 85. And also, if you was born after that time, you saw the worst part of dope. Like the Vietnam vets and all that. You didn't see the cool people that was on dope, the jazz musicians and the, Jimi Hendrix and all. You wasn't a part of that yet. When by the time you started seeing people on dope, if you was born after 1965, it was already bad. The experiment, the results was coming in. And they were not good. So yeah, SW, I always say that's a characteristic of people that was born in New York between about 1965 and coming up close to 1980. But really say like 1965 and 1975. that when you grew up, you seen the worst effects of drugs. So you don't, it puts a limit on how far you ready to go. Serious mathematics. Jalai said the best teacher is one who teaches without saying a word. Free to Be Me said humility, ways, and actions, the only ones who seem to recognize the few I help, and the Masons and the Buddhists on my job. SW said everywhere I've been, they know the black man is God and learned a little bit of civilization. I don't force it, but those who gravitated moved on from here and doing okay. Those who laughed at the God body fell victim. Oh, man. Serious mathematics. You from North Carolina? Yeah, SW said right now, I got the store heads to be mindful of women and children before they bust their moves. They gangland out, though. I respect that world and they respect this. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You can't just pluck somebody, see, because then you're dealing with religion. You know what I'm saying? If you just try to pluck them straight out of that life into this life, now they dealing with religion. They got to deal with their own history. You know what I'm saying? Whatever affected their mindset to put them in that mindset where they think that's the best thing, all of that got to be dealt with. Or else you start dealing with that science where they say, relapse is a part of recovery. He's got to write his own history and his own rules that he's going to manifest. Or else he's always going to just be following you religiously. Yo, well, Smoked Out said this, Smoked Out said do this, he said do that. But their own scale is not calibrated. Jalai said that's how I got it back. That's how I got it packed, and lessons in the 90s was wild. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you say. It matters what you're leading people to. You see what I'm saying? Because see, the trader, he talk good. He talk good. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, everything he says sound good, but that's not really what he was about. That's not where he wasn't leading us to no promised land where we was going to get more gold. Who is this? We got a call. Let's wish for the best. We got to call. We got to call her in. Let's wish for the best. Peace. Peace. What's the deal, caller?
Oh, peace. Peace, how you doing?
Peace. What's going on?
Oh, man, I finally got somebody on the phone. God damn. Peace. How you doing?
Yeah.
So, baby, just Mount Vernon, man. I've been in Charlotte since 86, man. I'm trying to find out. I'm off for next week. I went for Charlotte Waters. And basically, I want to know, I got my physical Darkim Be Allah. He was telling me that they had like a school in Charlotte, and I got the address. You know what I mean? I called, ain't nobody answer. I was thinking about a month. It got us like city workers, like work 1 week off, another week, we pay them off on next week. I'm thinking about Tuesday, man, going out there and checking out the guys. I'm old school, man.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. I'm in quality knowledge, man. I'm 61, man. You know what I mean? Basically, most of the jewels I got were from Allah School of Mecca.
Oh, old man, see
Open Manhattan, and I was in the cave, but before that, with PRT Enterprise, built on that level there.
Talking
But like,
about
you know, man, knowledge, yeah.
Yeah. That was the guy right there, no doubt, man. That's another brother that we lost recently, man. You know what I mean? Peace to see Allah, man.
You in Charlotte?
Nah, I'm in New York, but we do have people.
Oh, you in civilization? God damn, that's a blessing.
But we have people. We got people that's in the room that's from North Carolina. That's actually what I was trying to see when somebody from North Carolina came in the room, and that's when I was gonna call you back.
You had a chance to speak with Understanding Born Alive. It was like on 3 ways, you know what I mean? It was an honor speak to him. I like that guy. That guy there, he take the knowledge to the heavens, man. You know what I mean? Take it to the ether plane, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was trying to find out what's going on here in Charlotte. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina right now. And I got the address to where they be at. You know what I mean? I called, you know, ain't nobody there, so I think about driving up there. But they didn't answer the phone. But if they very active, you know what I'm saying, on Commerce Drive where they at, that you know, that address there? But I'm just gonna drive there, check out the guys, see how they elevate, man. You know?
I do know they have ciphers down there. You know what I'm saying? Usually, like I said, it's people from North Carolina that come in the room. But yeah, if you stay in tune with the videos, if you watch the videos, we definitely could get you in tune with, because it's brothers out in Raleigh too. They have ciphers out there too.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get in contact before driving way out there. You know, trying to figure out like what's going on, so that way I won't waste gas money. I was even started getting in contact with some of the brothers that the Moabs out there. They got a big, I think 367 out there, open Raleigh. But like ain't nobody answering the phone, and I can understand the way at times there's, you know, a lot of people busy and this and that. And also, you know, they get crank phone calls from like, you know, the devil and whatever. You know, so I can understand that. You know what I mean? But hey, you know, Eternal, right? Eternal got a lie.
From where?
Well, he's from BK. He's from Medina, but he's be building here in Charlotte. You know what I mean? I gotta get back. I just want to know how they doing to get back in the building mode. I got all my jewels. I just want to know what's going on here. So I'm thinking about, like, I got that, you know, I went to my physical. He was telling me that there was some guys building here in Charlotte and gave me that address. I might drive up there Tuesday and see what's going on. You know what I mean? When I called, don't nobody answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, you want to make sure somebody's there. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna save your number right here, and then when somebody from North Carolina comes on, I'm gonna pass your number on so they can get in touch with you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, how's the weather back home, man?
Well, right now it's starting to warm up. You know, we had a little bit of rain today, but it's, you know, overall it's definitely summertime is coming.
Yeah, I was worried about some of my family, my friend. I called them. They tell me the virus. They say nothing but the flu, but like most of my family in the Burning Man, they kind of like, you know, recuperate 100%. But they were talking about that virus shit, that there might be spreading some bullshit in the air. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But like, if you know, schools is built, I'm gonna drive up there just to see. I got an address. I'm gonna just drive up to see what's up. But if you know any schools building, I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Down south, the motherfucker, man. You know, but you know, I'm home on I'm here now. You know, damn. You know what I'm saying? I miss all the culture back home, man. You know, from the day come on up. You know. Yeah, I'm glad somebody answered, man. Basically, I got your information when they had like something Allah School of Medicine, then your name popped up on that website there. But I'm trying to get in contact with what they're doing here in Charlotte, and I guess I'm gonna drive by there like Tuesday about 9:00, see if it's open or whatever. You know what I mean? You know. But like they're strong in Atlanta and certain other spots. Atlanta, they're pretty strong out there. But other places kind of more like kind of weak. You know what I'm saying?
Now Charlotte got a lot of guys out there.
Oh, okay.
Really, the whole North Carolina. I know it's a lot of brothers in like Greensboro. There's a lot of brothers in Charlotte, and there's brothers in Raleigh. Like I'm pretty sure.
Do me a favor, man. Is it possible you can text me a number? The brothers. I'm familiar with one of the strongest guys in Charlotte is Eternal, and he's recognized up top. You know, he's been around. He's been building since like he was not understanding. Right now, he's like me, like equality knowledge. All right. You know what I'm saying? So we about to say, but he's the recognized builder there. I had lost his number, lost his man. You know what I mean? But like if you know any brothers happen to be building in Charlotte, you can give them my number. You can give them to call me. I just want to I'm old school, man. I'm 61. You know what I mean?
All right, no doubt. So I'm gonna stay in tune.
Okay, I'm glad you answered, man. I'm glad you're doing all right. But you see any guys in Charlotte building? Let me know. All right.
All right, no doubt. Peace.
All right, peace to the guy.
All right. So yeah, we got the guy. Goldmine came in. Free to be me. Whoa. Free to be me said I went through all the hells. That's where you from, Free to be me? But yeah, getting back to what I was saying, man, once people are doing what they doing because you said it's right and they don't see it's right for themselves, then you entered religion. See, like I was saying yesterday, whatever it is you're doing, right? Is it based on the history that you wrote for yourself or the history that somebody else is writing? Who may have lived in a whole other time, in a whole other place where none of that don't apply to you. Meaning that right now, right? Let's say you Catholic. You living according to certain rules and regulations and doctrines that people made 1,500 years ago. Or see right now when you deal with Islam, you know what I'm saying? You see people, they living, some of them, the same way they was living in the time of Muhammad. Because they're not prepared to renew history and bring things up to date for a solution for right now. Because that's what religions do. They tell you all this stuff about some time in the past that they never been at and where everything came from and how all the rules got established. Right? Then they tell you what's going to happen after you die some other time that they ain't never been to and place they ain't never been to and what's going to happen whether or not you follow the rules. But they can't tell you nothing about right now how to solve these present problems. See, when it comes to right now, right, you on your own. God helps those who help themselves. All right, so if that's the case, I might as well keep my energy in Kinetic. Well, I'm thinking that, yeah, you're just potentially God. That's a potential. Maybe I'll get there, but I'll cross that bridge when I get there. In the meantime, right now, somebody pointed that out yesterday. The guy has very little works on his own. He always worked through people, from Moses to Mary to King James. So this is a science about potential in kinetic. The idea with no activation and the idea with activation. So you got the idea that you want salvation and whatever is this situation that we in, right? Where you saying that, okay, God helps those who helps themselves. So whatever is the situation that you need help, you got that idea and you know that that's the case, but you don't activate it. Guess what? Ain't gonna be no help. King Shah came in. So we still we went through a little. Are there any questions? I know we have some people that just came in. Everybody do the each one teach one for me and hit the like button if you haven't hit it already. Dion Best. Yeah, we got any questions? We got any questions before we open it up? Hold on. So, how do I see the story of General Monk in relation to an actual monk? I don't really see any relation, you know. I don't speak the anagrammatical language that much. I have enough problems with regular English. You know what I'm saying? So, these types of things, like I'm pretty sure where you about to go with this, but I haven't really, in my studies, I haven't drawn up any correlation between General Monk and a religious devotee. Real hip hop. Trolling me. What you talking about when the call that you talking about the one that called? Real hip hop. King Shot said muck muck or monk monk. D Christian said the science and the 1 in 40 wisdom degree. You mentioned 24,896 miles, approximately 25,000 being in relation to her father and God. Wanted a quick review. Well, yeah, see, she's 24,896 miles. She's that when you meet her. See, our history is based on the 25,000. You understand what I'm saying? So, meaning that's the wisdom who knowledge is the culture. Right? Now, even if she don't knowledge the culture, she still could bear seed for you. But see now how much the seed knowledge that culture is also a function of how much she knowledges that culture. See, anybody who's had a baby with a 5% woman can tell you that. Or if they had a baby with a 5% woman. You understand what I'm saying? The 25,000, this is what you got the power to deal with her with through teaching, through tilling the land, MGT and GCC. This is the ability that she has to rise to above just her physical composition being her only attracting power and her only power in total. You see what I'm saying? Because see right now, right? Look, if you meet my daughter, she's already the earth. You can't give her the knowledge of self right now. You can just come with your righteous way of life. You see what I'm saying? That you're gonna have her be a reflection of. That's what you could do. But you can't tell her the black man is God. I mean, you could say that, but it's not gonna be like she just finding out. See, right now, that 24,896, that's a part of my history. See, whoever come, right, with the culture that she can reflect, right? Then that's 25,000. He'll be basing his history. God Savvy Divine said, if this nation is forever growing and our duty is to teach the human families freedom, justice, and equality, why are we still called the 5%? Why hasn't that number increased? Are we doing our job? Well, maybe I'm not understanding the question. Let me read this again. Oh, I see what you're saying here. numbers have increased. You mean, why didn't we change the lesson? Listen, all of the lessons, right, are at the date of that writing. Now, if you want to show the progress, yeah, you can show the progress. Like, God, when I got the knowledge, man, there was certain places in America that had never heard the knowledge before. Like, when I come on here now and all the different backgrounds of people, like we had the brother on here yesterday, Carm Islamli, that, you know, his background is Indian. You know what I'm saying? We have the bar on here where his background is from Nigeria. You know what I mean? We got Smoke Dower on here that, you know, he's in his wisdom ciphers. You understand what I'm saying? Like all of this, you know, so I see the growth. But in terms of changing my lessons, no, I'm not going to do that. You understand what I'm saying? When the time comes for us to go through the understanding, if someone asks me that question, then yeah, I could demonstrate to you that in fact we have grown. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, we got another phone call. Let's wish for the best here. Let's see what happens. Peace. Call him. Let's see. I guess we got to call back this time.
Yo, Darkim.
Peace.
Yo, peace. Yo, you hear me?
Yeah, what's the deal?
Yeah, this D Christian, man. I'm just calling saying peace, man. You ain't want to be on the keyboard back and forth for a century, you know? You know, I had to call in and salute the original man. You know what I mean? Got me up late night studying these degrees 2, 3 in the morning. Wife be looking at me like I'm crazy. Well, you know how it go. Yeah, man. Just saying peace to you, God. Like I said, whenever we come out to Nawai again, we definitely come into a lot school, me and the fam.
All right, no doubt.
Yeah, just appreciate you. Super love y'all. Peace.
Peace to God.
Peace.
Yeah, see, that's what I be saying, man. It be, you know, I see what you're saying, but you know, all of that goes with my other video that I made. That listen, now I'm not changing the lessons. Just the same way that listen, you know, right now. Oh man, what happened? Tried to call back. You know, right now, right? It's more than 17 million original people. And if you look at the population of Indians, it's less than 2 million Indians. But I'm not changing my lessons, man. That's what it said right then. That's how I listen. Why would I change it? That's how I seen the reality. See, that's funny style now. If I seen the reality with the lessons a certain way, and then I'm gonna change it and then give it to you, and then you supposed to see what I see. What kind of thing is that? You didn't change the rules. That's how the white man do. You change the rules and then you expect me to come out the same way. Nah. I ain't changing it. Dion Best said, is the Holy Quran or Bible mentioned in the Nas degree and the 1 in 40 in the traditional sense for the cause that those traditional books are not 25,000 years old? I mean, you know, you gotta realize that, you know, Elijah Muhammad Allah, this is the transition. You understand what I'm saying? From the religion into the culture. So, you know, some things is there for those who understand it in a traditional sense. All right, look, you go study that. That's what you need. You know what I'm saying? But in the sense what you're making, you know what I mean? The Quran and the Bible is just saying our history. These are the books that we write in, you know, when we say the book of life, that we write in at all times and at all places where the original man exists. You understand what I'm saying? The history is being written and recorded. You know, so for us, nah, it's not the traditional sense. You know, the traditional sense is, like I said, how it was applied in that environment, in that culture, in that language at that time. But we here right now. And everything from back then don't necessarily apply to us. Oh, real? Nah, she needs mental help, real hip hop. You know what I'm saying? I try to help her out, but yeah, she's you know, like I said, that's one of those situations where usually they telling people that don't suffer from mental health issues, right, to not place stigma on it. You know what I'm saying? But in this situation, she's placed stigma on receiving mental health. You understand what I'm saying? Or, you know, she's placed a stigma on receiving help for her mental health. You know what I mean? She's placed a stigma on having issues with mental health. So it stops her from going to get help. You know what I mean? And then, you know, it expresses itself in that way. But nah, she's not a troll. Hold on, let's get all of the business in here. He's in the background. Hold on 1 second though, all of the business. Let me run through these last comments and then we're gonna pick up. Smoke down. That's how K Slay said. I don't know what to say, man. We got another phone call, man. So hold on for a second, all on the business. I'm gonna bring you in. You keep coming in and out.
Okay.
Hold on. But yeah, in a minute, so God Cyber Devon said, I wasn't really saying change the lessons. I was basically saying, can the growth of this nation be born past 5% of the population? All right, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the percentages change. At one time, it was 70% and 30%. The percentages, yeah, that fluctuates. You understand what I'm saying? But the definition is not going to fluctuate. Not right now, not in this day and time. Like I said, maybe in some other part of the Quran where the environment and the culture and everything is different, where that's how they gotta survive, then that'll be how they apply it. You know what I'm saying? You know, like with all these different things, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's Islam, Hebrew Israelite, Moorish science, whatever, these are different individuals from different environments who had to apply what they had to apply for their survival in that time. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, yeah, in a different time, you know what I'm saying? The wise brothers may put their minds together and say, you know, listen, we gotta do it. But right now, nah, I ain't see that much change. But in terms of what the percentages are, yeah, that fluctuates. However, it's never going to get to 100%. It's not going to be 100%. Not like me. You got Malik Goldmine in the house. All right. All on the business. What happened? You gotta unmute yourself. It says here all on the business.
Yeah, peace to the God.
Peace.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, hold on 1 second though. Who said that it was real hip hop? See, real hip hop, you got powers of prediction because you just brought Amina up and she just started texting the hotline number. Yeah. I mean, right now she's saying some really some zany stuff, man. But you know, yeah, that's wild how you spoke her up right there, I'm saying. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, God.
Oh yeah. I was saying, I said in the comment, it's a socio-economical term. You know, it's dealing with society. You know, it's just dealing with, in society, you're always gonna have a group of people that's trying to take advantage of the people that don't know no better. And then you're gonna have a group of people that know better trying to teach the people that don't know no better that they're being taken advantage of. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like if we say 5% of the population, even when we was dealing with 17 million with the 2 million Indians, was it really 5% of that population that was poor righteous teachers? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't never seeing it being a time, like you said, it's not gonna climb up to 100% civilized and righteous black men saying they God. It ain't even meant to be that. However, when we say, you know, when the God said the numbers changing, like you said, the numbers grew, but the reason we ain't changing that is because that's a term that still applies to today. We can still apply that same science to what we got going on right now.
Yeah. Asiatic mathematics is funny. He said she like bruh man from the 5th floor. The female version.
Sister Amina, she love us,
Yeah,
man. That's why she coming back.
listen, y'all cats gotta get a show, man. Y'all cats gotta get a comedy show. Listen, don't get Jiggy 1017 started, man. Jiggy 1017 goes in. But the Divine said, would that be synonymous with us writing our history? I would say this. It's synonymous with who's writing the history. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, if you living in a society, right? Like for instance, right now we living in North America. So most of the history here is being written by the devil. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, the population of righteous is going to get necessarily small. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, for instance, if you in Oakland, right, you're not going to see too many Ku Klux Klan.
Hell nah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if you in Pigeon Lick, Indiana, you probably not going to see too much Black Panthers. You know what I'm saying? Because in Oakland, a lot of the history has been written by the Panthers. You know what I mean? Just the way people are in Oakland and everything, a lot of it is reflective of the history that they left there. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, yeah, if you in a place where most of the history is being dominated by the righteous people, then the population of unrighteous is going to get very small. You know what I'm saying? And if you're in a place where the history is being written by, you know, devils, then the population of the righteous is going to get very small. You know, all of that environmental aspects have to do with it. You know what I'm saying? The sun and moon have attractive power on our planet. You see what I mean? You know, I've been waiting. Premier Partner Networks. I had some more questions pertaining to the I had some more questions pertaining
Peace,
to
princess. No, pardon, I was talking to my daughter. Pardon, let me mute real quick.
To the ADOS stuff he was building on us with.
You talking to me, guy? My daughter just walked up on me. What'd you say?
Nah, just in general, you remember Premier Partner Networks came in, he was building with us about the ADOS movement. I had some questions I wanted to ask him.
Word.
Just really, like I said, pertaining to it seemed like the movement has become unnecessarily adversarial. You know what I'm saying? Where it's one of them things where the issue is between us and the U.S. government. You know what I'm saying? The issue is not between ADOS and the Black diaspora. You know what I'm saying? And that's just something where, you know, either way around it is not good. You know what I'm saying? If something like that is allowed, you know, whether it's being instituted from the outside or whether it's something we fall victim to from the inside, it would just be a shame, you know, if that was the thing that sidetracked everything. You know what I'm saying? God said divine that history is written by the winners of the war. So if we are not writing our history, then we are losing the war. Yeah, that's you know, see, some of these things we gotta look at the reality. See, that's what I'm saying about potential and kinetic. Is that we don't like to say that. But yeah, that's the reality. You understand what I'm saying? In places where, you know, any hood that you go into, you know what I'm saying? You know, the way that neighborhood is known is like you said about who won the wars over there. You know what I'm saying? You know, and it's cut and dry in that situation. With those dudes with all the graffiti on the wall or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Right now, see, Thomas Longley, he put here that Tariq Nasheed got to compete in group to ADOS. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand. You know, to me, it seems like we doing that same thing where we allow personality to trump, you know, the activity. Really, you know what I'm saying? You know, if you got two people, you know, or two groups of people, or many groups of people, or whatever, that's saying they want the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So if they want the same things, then now it's down to the personalities, man. And what I'm saying is, you know, not, you know, like I said, man, just looking at what already happened. You know what I'm saying? With the history with those brothers, the US movement. You know what I'm talking
about? The US movement?
Yeah, and they had a shootout with the Panthers. They assassinated some Panthers, man, over some, you know, I mean, I haven't been able to ascertain what the real reason for you to shoot somebody is. That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
You know, if we, you know, I haven't seen that. You know, maybe it was some other beef that's behind the scenes that I never heard of yet. You know what I'm saying? But they killed some Panthers on the UCLA campus, man.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, you know, we talking about differences in personality. Because if they're not differences in personality, then I gotta face another worse reality, which is imposters and infiltrators. Where you just straight up have an entirely different mission and you just saying this is your mission.
Man, fucking Donnie Brasco.
Right, Smoked Out is well, because Smoked Out probably the youngest brothers in the room, but you know what I'm talking about. When I think Ron Karenga, he put Karuna Malenga. I don't know, maybe that's his African name or whatever, but Ron Karenga that made Kwanzaa, yeah, he was with some movement called the US movement, the US movement or something. They not as popular, but it was a speech that the Black Panthers was giving on the campus, and these cats came up and assassinated some cats, man.
Oh.
Nogella said the US movement, which I did hear this too, the US movement was full of agents. You will recall the FBI is the one who spread the deceit and tricked them into shooting the Panthers, just like the traitor. So that's what I'm saying, that we don't want to fall victim to that. You know what I mean? I ain't even talking about pick sides in that right now, but I'm just saying, look at where we at. You understand what I'm saying? In this right here, and say, all right, you know, maybe we need to pull back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Infinite Satisfaction said it's Mulana Karanga. 793 said, wasn't he a snitch? Yeah, all these things I heard too. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying that, you know, even if it's just as a tactic, even if it's just as a tactic, right? To weed out the infiltrators, right? Like infinite satisfaction to the FBI infiltrators, right? Now, this is what I'm saying. I'm gonna give an example from a biblical story, right? I believe it was Solomon, right? That two women came up to him and said, that this is my baby. The women was having a dispute, and both of them were saying that the baby was theirs. So Solomon says, all right, well, look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to cut the baby in half, and I give you half, and I give her half. So the one woman was like, all right, but the other woman was like, no. Just give her the baby. So then Solomon gave the baby to the woman who was going to give the other baby to the woman, because he realized that this woman is her baby because she loves the baby so much that she would rather the other woman get the baby and the baby survive than for her to get it.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying, applying that to this situation, you know what I mean? If you a person who would rather keep up the argument at the cost of whatever progress could be made, then you the woman who didn't mind the baby getting cut in half. Yeah, you Asiatic mathematics, you know who that is. That's all of y'all best friends. The stuff, you know. Well, at least y'all don't have to. At least y'all don't have to deal with it in the room today. You know what I'm saying? But infinite satisfaction. That was a story about Solomon, right? Infinite satisfaction put Solomon the wisest. Smoke Dawah said the way he recalls it, Karanga was abusing black women in his group and all type of wildness. Yeah, I heard some crazy stuff, man. You know, I don't have all the evidence or whatever, so I'll leave it alone in terms of that. But just in terms of the lesson to learn from it is that this thing seems to always have existed. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about going back to Africa where dudes got so much animosity against each other, right? That they can't understand that this Caucasian person, the European, is taking everybody down. But I would rather take the guns and the liquor to destroy you, right? Than see the reality of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, it continues to exist. You know what I'm saying? Booker T. Washington, uh, uh, W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, W. Du Bois, you know what I'm saying? Martin and Malcolm, and sometimes it seems like it is a personal thing. Sometimes it seems like it's being manufactured in the media. You know what I'm saying? Like remember when they made Jesse Jackson denounce Farrakhan.
Mm-hmm. Strictly political.
You see what I'm saying? To where I'm saying that knowing and understanding that separation is the first stage of grafting. I think that's something that we have to eliminate within the you know, we gotta eliminate that within the cipher before we even try to move forward to say, yo, we going to engage with somebody else. You know what I'm saying? When they could already look at us and see the dissension. What is this? Kings 3:16-28. God Cipher Divine. What's that? Is that the verses where the story is that I was talking about? See, personally, I think one thing that, you know, the one thing I think that's being left out, well, I ain't gonna say it's being left out, but I haven't heard it being spoken on, is from the standpoint of the precedence that it's going to set. Meaning that, you know,
The precedence
a
on
lot
what?
of people, the precedence that is going to set, meaning that a lot of people who you know, they immigrants to this country, or you know, they not in this country, so they looking at the ADOS movement as, yo, something that they being left out of. You know what I'm saying? However, it sets a certain precedent. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that, okay, if they got their money, then this is the way the law works. You know what I'm saying? That's the way, you know, if you get convicted of a crime a certain way, everybody after that come in there that certain way is going to get convicted based on that precedence.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, if one group got their justice, you know what I'm saying, it would work towards all the groups getting their justice. But I don't really see that type of, you know, I just see it as just a kind of, yo, mind your business kind of thing. And yeah, I don't know, man. That's I don't think, you know, the whole movement is seen as divisive. I don't know if the movement is divisive, but I know the personalities are divisive. So yeah, God Cyber Divine said that's from Kings 3rd chapter 16-28 verse is where they got that story about the baby being split in half. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the lesson, you know, in that, you know what I'm saying, is, you know, about you know, being selfish to a point, you know, where you would rather destroy the best part, you know what I'm saying, than have the best part survive and thrive. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to the mother who truly had the love that she's saying. So she would rather see the best part thrive, you know what I'm saying, even if it wasn't with her. And see, we all gotta sit here and be Solomon. Oh man. So are we ready for a dosage right now? I don't know. We have Amina backstage right now. Yeah, God Cypher Divine. I can tell you know the scriptures very well. But so y'all ready for misdemeanor? I'm warning y'all. These you know, these conditions that we existing under right now is actually challenging for everyone.
Acting like this.
But I guess you know, Amina coming on is probably like a part of my show now. It's probably like a part of my channel now or something. I don't know. So I you know, right now I'm about to how would you say, we're about to open the portal to the rabbit hole. Who knows where it is? Amina,
Right. Oh, peace and blessings, right? Okay. It's gonna go from the student enrollment number one on who original man is. It says no one. Question number one: who's the original man? Original man is Asiatic black man, the maker of the own clean planet Earth for civilization, God of universe. Now we're gonna get on the point on the cream. The cream meaning the nucleus, the essence of the black man. It could mean DNA structure. It could mean RNA structure. People that don't know DNA, that's a deonucleic acid and a ribonucleic acid. People, you know, they study biology, they study anatomy and stuff like that. And you have this deep definition. I was going to McAfee College and stuff, and you know, building with them, but I didn't really know the real perspective of what the 5% nation was, so I had to go into it. A lot of people told me, "Oh yeah, you know, I know a lot about you know, I was doing 120, boy, you living a life. You know, you talk a lot, but you can't just talk. You gotta walk the walk as well. You know what I'm saying? And just because something in the 12 Jews of Islam says food, clothing, and shelter, I don't care if a person's in the shelter, SRO, the ghetto. You don't have to come out your mouth as such. Besides peace, when you meet a person, show etiquette. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. You know? You taught the language to the people you're amongst for survival skill and adaptability and stuff like that. But so much as someone trying to take you out of your character and your eloquence and trying to turn you to belittle you into 85% or whacked out 10%, that's not the same.
Amina.
You know what I'm saying? They gotta build with you on the same level. Not just our level. Look, you go, what's up, go, you know what I'm saying? My nigga, what's up? It's not just about that. It's not just I come to fast. Right, peace, God. What happened?
Right, yeah, that's peace. Right. You back in New York? Are you still in New Jersey?
No, right now I went back to the shelter in Van Silson. See? I'm back over here with the peeps out here. Sumerian Daytop Village.
Yeah, you
I'm back up in here, so
But did you ever call the number?
Yeah, I got called today. I didn't call today. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize if I say anything to the earths and the gods, queens, and stuff. I'm sorry for that. I just be going through some stuff, and I just want them to be better, you know, emotionally, and don't go for just anybody game and stuff like that, and have a deep head over their shoulders.
Wait, now listen. That's peace. Adding on with us. You know what I'm saying? You built for the day. But listen, you gotta call that number and get some help because the last couple of days you was on a real mission. All right.
Excuse me, please say that again. I don't hear.
I said you gotta call that number and get some help because the last couple of days you've been on a real mission.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, like you was saying some really crazy stuff to me.
Right. Right. You're right, man. You're right. Much respect,
You know?
man. You're right. We're going to do that. We're going.
All right. So call that number up as soon as possible. And listen, when you call that number, what you gonna tell them?
Well, I gotta tell them that about when the physical character is messed up, the mental character, the mind, body, and spirit has to be together. My mind, mentality has to get right.
No, Amina, you have to tell them that you need help with mental health. That's what you have to tell them, all right?
Okay.
If you don't tell them that, they don't know that you need help and they can't help you.
Okay. Because I've been sitting up in the bed for like 2 days, sitting up in the chair for 2 days, so it's okay. I humble myself. I never curse God. Never curse back God.
The first
So I gotta get up and go.
The first step you gotta do to fixing your problems, right, is fixing your mind. You gotta get your butter because that's what's leading you into trouble.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes,
So
sir.
when you call the number, tell them that you need help with your mental health, that you've been feeling paranoid. All right?
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Peace and love. Love all y'all. Peace of God. Peace of earth. Right?
So yeah, that's hopefully that works this time.
Apologies.
Hopefully that works.
I apologize. My phone messed up and I cussed out loud, kind of loud. I don't know if y'all heard it or not.
Nah, we didn't even hear that out here.
Man, I was going crazy right now.
Smoke Dower said it feel like the CC show. I've seen the CC show a couple of times, man.
I'll tell you. It's like that's Amina. She's sincere, I think. That's the type of person. See, that's a good example, man. How you carry yourself with that woman, man. Because brothers need to realize, man, like she's sick, man. She's sick. That's a sick person right there, and we gotta, that's what we here for. And we sending her in the right direction, or you sending her in the right direction. And it's like that's one thing I'm taking out of it. Like every time she called, man, it's like when I deal with people in these streets, you gotta be sensitive. You can't just be talking to them crazy. You can't talk over their head. You gotta just lead them in the direction they need to get to first and foremost, man. And the way you carry yourself with Amina is honorable, man. That's what I would say. Brothers be cracking jokes.
And I'm gonna tell you something, man. It is apparently, that's becoming a big issue, man. Like I wouldn't even say it's becoming a big issue. I don't know if it's just something I wasn't paying attention to, but even dealing with the greater whole situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
The LA County, right? Cook County and Rikers Island is the 3 biggest mental institutions in America. Like I'm not exactly sure which way they measure it, but I'm pretty sure is by the medication that they give out.
Mm.
Those 3 medications give out the most psychotropic or whatever they give out the most medicine for your mental in the country. So I'm just saying that you see how that's an issue. You understand what I'm saying? And a lot of things that's happening. You know what I'm saying? Even God, when you see these different people, these mass shooters, you know, of course the white ones, because they don't bring the black ones in, you get shot up. But when they bring these mass shooters in, you just look at their mugshots, God, they're not all the way there, man.
they crazy.
Yeah.
I never seen a crazy. I thought I seen crazy people before I had, you know, I had got put in the just before. I ain't never been convicted, but I went to the just. I've been to jail, and I'm gonna tell you, like, not trying to, like, yo, that's the first time I seen a crazy person. There ain't no playing crazy. You can't play that role. You gotta be that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, some people play crazy. See, I can see through that. See, you ain't as crazy as you acting. But it's some crazy motherfuckers that's like, yo, I need my motherfucking medication. Take me to Bam Bam. Take me to the spot where they put the straight jacket. They want the straight jacket.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, shoo. And what you just said, it made me think about a brother. I was rolling through Chicago before, and I met a brother that was fresh out of Cook County, and he was mentally unstable. Like, I was like, damn, like, I couldn't figure it out because he looked intelligent, but now what you saying, it kind of makes sense. They might have been hitting him with some super dope in there.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then see, now we dealing with generations of people, right? And this is something else that I seen, man. We dealing with generations of people now that grew up on medication.
Oh.
Like, listen, God, that's something that I be telling people, you know, that listen, I came through school at precisely, listen, if I would have been 2 years younger, I probably would have been on the medication. See, the two things that saved me from the medication was my mom wasn't having that.
Mm-hmm.
But see, they could tell that something was wrong with me. They could tell that, yo, listen, man, you seem to be able to grasp everything we telling you. It's not like you don't understand, but somehow you're not complying. So they used to recommend to my moms that she take me to the psychiatrist. But my mom's like, nah, there's nothing wrong with him. Like, look, if he's doing his work, he's all right. If he's not doing his work, I'll whip his ass. That's it.
Yeah, straighten him out.
See, my mom was with psychiatrist. Yeah, I got a psychiatrist. I got a psychiatrist.
On my waist. Psychiatrist on my waist.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull this motherfucker off the waist. He gonna be straight tomorrow.
You know what I'm saying?
And you gotta go to school in the summer. You gotta go to school in the heat wearing long sleeves.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what saved me for the medication. But I seen people that they deal with that medication, right? So now I see two things that happen with that. One, right? What happens after your body has come accustomed to taking that medication from first grade, second grade, third grade, whenever they start classifying you, right? Now look, here's another thing though. After that, right? I always wondered, what happened to those people when they leave school? Ooh. Like if you've been getting your dosage of drugs every day at 11 o'clock or whenever you're supposed to take it, right? Mm-hmm. What happens when you leave school and your body has already been, you understand what I'm saying?
You relapsing.
Yeah. And then I seen people too who for everything that they do, they got a pill that they take.
Like, I gotta eat, though. Before I eat, let me take my pill.
Yeah. Like, look, somebody told me one time, look, I got a pill that I got to take to deal with traffic. I got to serve. Right? Now, look, when I get where I'm going, I got another pill that I got to take to deal with the people you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so when they drive, they got to take meth. And when they get off the drive, they got to take something to bring them back down.
Whatever, yeah. I guess that's it.
Yeah, they need an upper, and then they need a downer.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying, that we got a population of people that they've been playing with their minds, right, with these chemicals, right? And then we talk about the direct chemicals. We ain't even talking about the chemicals that's in the food, that's in even the containers that we eat the food from. You understand what I'm saying? And that's been a long problem. Remember, the white people, one of the reasons they was retarded is because they used to drink out of lead cups.
That's retarded. See, that's some retarded shit.
Yeah.
Make you retarded, yeah.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So in our age group, right, if you go back years ago, that's what the problem was. The problem wasn't so much this mental instability as it was lead paint was the big issue when I was a kid. That there was a lot of kids that was developmentally slow because they had been exposed to lead in all type of ways. You had lead in the gas at that time, lead paint, you know what I'm saying? So, and yeah, it had a lasting impact. So back
in the day, right? The people used to have to pay for all their drugs. It came to a point in time where, see, when I was young, my best friend's mother used to take him to the county. And before I swear, I was in the car with her one day, and she looked at us and she said, look, she told me to stay in the car. She looked at my best friend and said, look, man, you know what to do. She get out the car. I say, bro, what's going on? Yo, do you know that this motherfucker start acting retarded? Word is bond. His mother told him to act retarded so she could get the check. But not only that, he got to take the medicine. Because what they do is when he go in the county office, they make the little boy, they put the light in his eye. They make sure they say, oh, you okay? You've been taking your medication? They test his blood and they want to see if you've been taking it. So mom's is getting a check. Bro getting high. By the time he's 18, he's sniffing cocaine.
You see what I'm saying? Right.
This is real life. This is a real life story. By the time he in his 20s, me and him fell off. He looked me in my face and told me, this nigga told me, he said, I'm going crazy. I swear, I'm not going. He said, I'm at the top of his lungs. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. And I said, oh, yeah. I'm cutting you off right now. This at the time I had knowledge of self already. Like, yo, you had time. He had the time to grab it. He ain't grab it. I had to cut him off. And then he ended up he in jail for life now.
See,
double life.
And look, and this is one of the things that I've seen, like when SW was talking earlier, and I was commenting how if you was in New York, you know what I'm saying, and you was growing up in the 70s and 80s where you was too young to really be dealing with the drug cycle, but you saw what it was doing to people, that kind of programmed you not to go beyond a certain level. You know what I'm saying? But now everybody's reprogrammed with just popping pills from the time you go in first grade. And then that's a whole cipher too with that, the mental health stuff.
Yeah.
God Cypher Devon said my third grade doctor told my grandmas I need psychological attention because I never fell in line with the other kids. Right. You know, they gotta identify the resistors. That's a whole thing in any situation, is how to identify and deal with the resistors. Like for instance, the people in that California, right?
Yeah.
With the tracing bill, at least the one that's going on in the state, from what I hear, the one that's coming from Governor Newsom is they hiring 20,000 people to do the contact tracing. And
but what kind of people? They're not telling you what kind of people though.
Right, because they did say that that's part of the training is what to do for the people who don't want to comply.
Cuffs.
So, like you said, yeah. What else do you mean by that? Like, you use some nice language there, but when the rubber hits the road, what is that going to mean?
Yeah, he's sugarcoating something that's going to taste like shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I deal with it daily. It's kind of bugged to see it digitally. I knew she wasn't trolling after it got too consistent, regardless to the jokes and timeouts. Yeah.
I got a good friend that calls me, man, whenever she needs to talk. You feel me? I don't deal with her in no other way. We build. When she needs to talk, I talk to her because the other brothers that she goes to talk to, you know what they trying to do to her, man.
Yeah.
They trying to, they don't care, man. These brothers so sick. Sometimes they don't care how sick a woman is. I mean, y'all know it like I know it, man. There's brothers out here that do it with a crackhead.
Absolutely.
And it's like, yo, I mean, that's what we got to protect her from. I mean, it's only to a certain extent you're going to be able to protect her. But what I'm saying is, like, yo, when they come to us, they not coming to us for nothing. They know how we get down.
Mm-hmm.
They know how we get down. Because this is what we've been doing for years and for decades. So you know when you come to us, we're going to bring it to you real. We're not going to sugarcoat it and tell you everything going to be all right. We're going to tell you how to make things all right to the best of our ability.
Mm-hmm. The boss,
I love Sister Amina. I'm going to tell you like that, man. I love that sister, man. Because to me, it seemed like she loved us.
Yeah. The boss says psychotropic meds settle in your brain and your midbrain to maintain the crazed behavior. All right, Devon is up in here. He said him and Jasim must have came in tune. They in the same place over there, tuned in to the live. So that's peace right there, Jasim. I knew it would be a matter of time, but yeah, we got Jasim with somebody that's 5% out in his area. District 120 said, yeah. Said, I remember this movie where the lady had to take care of a child whose parents tried to kill her. Couldn't find out the child was actually a demon or demonic, but the parents' mugshots was crazy. Smoked Out said, I went to an alternative school, got kicked out, and maybe 60, 70 boys in the school, more than half were heavily medicated. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And a lot of these cats, in that the day they dropped out or graduated, cold turkey. So yeah, you see now you in that age group. Yeah, how does that turn out? That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, that's obvious. Like, you start doping somebody up, and and the first kid that I knew, that was like maybe 1997, where before that I knew it was kids that took medication. You know what I'm saying? He was the first kid that they told the mother that I knew of, that they told the mother that, listen, if you don't put him on the medication, we're going to consider this child abuse.
We're going to arrest you, put your child in orphanage.
You know where that goes. You understand what I'm saying? But that was when I first heard that type of thing. So, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, they told me about, like, yo, if you don't vaccine your child, he can't go to school. And, I had slipped him in school anyway. I don't know how we even did it. I just remember I slipped him in school for a little bit while I was gone. I was out of town. My earth slipped him in school, and yo, they booted him. Like they brought it up. Like, yeah, we want to see the vaccine cards and shit. And they told us, like, yeah, that's y'all doing shit that's against the law. That's illegal. He was in. He could have affected it. That all kind of stuff they gonna say, man.
Mm-hmm.
They try to threaten me, man. I said, oh nah. And they take babies if you sign a birth certificate. Now out here they trying to make it to where, like, see, doing this new thing. If you on paper, man, they gonna try to basically say that without the vaccine you can't even have children. I think I was thinking about that last night. Like, you're not gonna be able to even go to the doctor without the vaccine. Like, if you go to the doctor, that's the first thing they're gonna give you.
Listen,
because they just
the other night I was watching a debate on Sinetti's channel. Shout out to Sinetti.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he's toning down the Mean Gene stuff. I had to say that. Matter of fact, I see SW is in there. SW go in there and bother them all the time. But during the debate, a brother's wife went into labor. So he was like, look, I got to cut the debate short. I got some stuff I got to go handle. Yo, G, don't you know he called back in like 30 minutes and said,
took a picture?
Listen, he was like, they wouldn't let me in the hospital.
Oh, shit.
He said as soon as his wife came in, even though she's clearly pregnant and in labor, they start going through, coronavirus protocol. And that he wasn't allowed to come in the hospital, man.
And that's when they gonna take her anyway. Yeah, because she's officially an emergency room patient.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing you could say. You can't say, well, we gonna go back to the house. They're gonna say, no, sir. She has to come in. You have to stay out. See that right there? That's gonna make a brother go wild and sock the doctor and sock anybody outside and tell my wife, get in the car. Yo, I'm gonna catch a case out there. I can't. Damn, man, that's crazy. So, pardon self, God. I'm just. So then, what happened?
I mean, she had the baby. Everything is peace. And all that. But I'm just saying that's the protocol that they follow. Man,
so I was saying, like, what if you go to the thing like that, right? And you ain't got the vaccine, and you go like during vaccine time when they find the vaccine, and you like, I ain't get one, but your wife pregnant. You go to the hospital, and then they keep the baby. Cause they say you ain't got your vaccine, so we gotta keep the baby.
It could get that bad.
Like, yo.
Yeah, that's wild.
Like, they gonna tell you can't even hold the baby. Like, yo, you can't even touch the baby. You can't even touch your baby.
Yeah.
You risk exposing it.
Infinite Satisfaction said The Medicated Child is a documentary that shows the harmful effects of psychotropic drugs. And you want me to tell you something else I seen with that too? That, from just people telling me and looking at different documentaries, is that they don't really have a dosage for that stuff. Like, they just kind of experiment. Like, they just give you a dose and see how it works. Like, if it makes you into a zombie, they just cut it down then.
Oh, shit. I thought it was they used the BMI.
Nah, it don't really work like that. Because it's so chemical. You know what I'm saying? That the chemicals in your brain, you know what I'm saying? You got to remember, a lot of them got to be excreted into your brain. You know what I'm saying? Like the dopamine and all of that stuff got to prompt them to be excreted into your brain. So the science is so inexact, and then there's no real way to diagnose it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when it comes to the children, sometimes they got children coming in that can't even speak yet, and they diagnosing them with depression. because it's not like a broken arm where I can show you the x-ray, like, see right here, it's supposed to be connected, it's not connected. You understand what I'm saying? With that, it's just, they come in, interact with you for a few minutes, you know what I'm saying? You might tell them, yo, you having problems sleeping, whatever, and then they just give you a diagnosis.
Man.
So, like you said, you could be a kid who like, yo, your parents just moved from one block to the other block. So, you don't really got no friends on the new block yet. Or your old people is on the old block. You're going to be sad for a minute till you meet some new people. But in that minute right there, you could be diagnosed with depression.
Right. Right. And then you got to believe it. See, you got to admit it. You got to be like, yeah, I am depressed. You got to really believe it when they tell it to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. They say it, but then you got to respond like, I don't go to the doctor for no reason no more, because when you ask them questions, instead of just giving them the okay, they get frustrated. Doctors don't like that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You ask your doctor diagnose you with something, give you the drug before you take it home. What's the side effects on this? And then you say, well, do you have a pamphlet with all the information on this drug? And if they don't present that pamphlet, then they legally cannot even give you that drug. Now that's real talk. They can't give you nothing that they don't have pamphlet or documented information to hand to you. Even a vitamin shot. You can say, oh, when your baby's born in the hospital, they give them vitamin K shot. They say, oh, it keeps the heart beating. Oh, let me get a pamphlet. Who's that for? What's the side effects on that? Like, baby born with you born with thin blood, weak bone. You might need that, but 7.5, you don't need that. 6.5, you don't need that. They need that, like Similac. They need that. Like, you go to the doctor, you say my titties ain't working. A woman say her breast ain't working, right? If a woman say her breast ain't working, like she's not lactating, they're gonna tell her to go get Similac. Now the whole thing is, the science is, you could go get some herbs, get some herbal tea called Mother's Earth, the herb tea, and it's called Mother's Milk. Pardon self, it's called Mother's Milk. And when the women drink it, they lactate. There's other ways to help your woman stimulate lactation, but they're not gonna tell you the natural ways. They're gonna tell you go get that Similac. Now that Similac is necessary for some people, right? When you just have powder in your chest, like, see, some of these Caucasian women, they cannot produce breast milk. It don't matter what they do. They can't produce it, which is why on the slave plantation, they would keep a black woman, a designated black woman to stay pregnant. They keep this black woman pregnant so her titties stay lactated, right? And what happens is, this black woman was responsible a lot of the time for feeding the slave master's children, the babies.
Yeah, the wet nurses.
Exactly. So this is historic. When you look at certain things, there's history in that. Like, you got to question these doctors, but it's kind of pointless to me. Like, just don't go. Start studying health. Eat better and start studying health and how to make your own natural remedies and stuff like that. And stay away from them doctors, man, especially right now.
Yeah. Infinite satisfaction says special ed kids get drugged up because the teachers don't want to deal with them. Yeah, that's a science right there too. You know what I'm saying? 793rd worked in group homes, the state juvenile detention, transitional living for youth and adjusted adults, school system, medicated kids, and all that from the 90s have borderline behavior from adults since they ain't grow up off that strap off the waist, and home discipline I'm not surprised about whatever within the whole New York City area. Yeah, you know, that's a thing, man. That has happened. You know, that's a whole thing that's happened. You know, right under our eyes. I came in. Yeah, and that's another whole level right there. That's another whole level right there, Infinite. You know, we just talking about the straight medicine. You know what I'm saying? But even in the foods that we eating, it's not the same food. So we don't know, you know what I'm saying? They just tested to say, you know, well, if you eat one of these GMO beans, it's not going to kill you. But what if you eat a whole plate full of these GMO beans? Okay, that's not going to kill you either. All right, well, you know, what if you do that 3 meals a day? But now it's not going to kill you. However, you've intaken a low level of poison. That's not going to kill you, but that doesn't mean it's not affecting you. And then you're doing that every day over the course of everything you're doing. You know, when you're looking at whatever's the acceptable FDA level of poison, yeah, so much that you need 1,000 of them, but still, what's the consequences of that low grade level of poison? You know, and knowing that the brain is a part of the physical body, you know, that's a whole other level too. Dion Best said biochemical warfare has always been the devil's tool in his attempt to destroying God.
You know what's crazy? All this stuff was written about in that book, man. I had read this book. I didn't even read the whole book. I just remember flipping through the pages, man. But that Behold the Pale Horse, I just flipped through the
Mm-hmm.
pages of that before, and it's like they already talked about the pandemic. He talked about it in that book. He talked about how, you know, the terrorist attacks. You know, that's a
Mm-hmm.
cold book. You know, he already, you know, this stuff was like, you know, I think it was last night, maybe you had mentioned, or one of these nights you had mentioned, somebody mentioned how the cartoons like lightweight be predicting the stuff. Like,
Mm-hmm.
how is it that the cartoon, like Donald Trump was president on The Simpsons? You know,
Mm-hmm.
that
Well,
was years ago.
I'm gonna tell you one way it happens. Not saying that this is how all of it happens. You know what I'm saying? But one thing they do when they do that is they program the children. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that something, you know, when they give this idea to the children, right? Then the children end up using their education to make that idea reality. So for instance, you take somebody like Elon Musk, right? He grew up watching the Jetsons. So to a certain degree, what he's doing is making a reality certain things, ideas that was planted in him when he was a kid. You see what I'm saying? Just like the when they first started putting out movies and stuff about going out of space, the little kids that watched those movies was the same people working at NASA.
Mm.
You
Mm.
understand? The same
Yeah.
way, see, talking about the Black Panthers, that's one thing the Black Panthers was trying to do. They was trying to program the babies with certain ideas, right? So that the babies, they could make their imagination into reality. So that's one of the things that they doing with cartoons, where, you know, when you look at a lot of cartoons, you look at a lot of kid shows, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, how many things, you know, exist? How many things don't exist right now, rather, should I say, right? That was on Star Trek. Like at the time when I first was seeing Star Trek, all this stuff was crazy. Laser beams and you know, you hit a button on your chest and you talking to people over there and over there. Now that stuff is reality. Like, remember when the Jetsons used to turn the phone on and they see the person up on the screen? At the time, we was wild and like, yo, that's crazy. But
they
now that's what I do.
With antennas.
Right. But now this is what I do every night on the internet.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So they programming the youth, but they using the cartoons as an easy way to get the image to them. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you just sat down there and explained to them formulaically that, listen, you know, we're gonna need an electronic device that can transmit, kids ain't gonna listen to that. But if you show them the picture, right, then whatever knowledge that they have, they'll start putting that puzzle together of how to get from point A to point B.
Cartoons.
Satisfaction asked a question. He said, what are they going to do with the baby if one of the parents have COVID? Yeah, that's a, you know, all of these are the questions, you know, I guess that's going to be getting answered in the next couple of months, man. You know what I'm saying? But you know.
If any of y'all brothers having babies anytime soon, y'all can reach out to me. And I can, you know, help walk you through it, man. You know, if y'all want to do it at home, that's what I do.
Yeah, and get in touch with what's the earth name? Sayana Devotion. She's a doula. But that's what she, yeah. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, she got all the signs of that too. So, but yeah, that's something we definitely. Dion Best said, I'll destroy everything in that hospital if they wouldn't let me in to be with my young God. You know. Whoa, God Cyber Divine said, does anybody know what the Newborn Screening Act is? Now, I haven't even heard of that one, God Cyber Divine. That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy just off of the name. Screen for what? Man.
I'm about to look that up.
Infinite Satisfaction said in the documentary he was talking about medicated kids. They had a kid that went from normal, regular bad to totally messed up. So, you know, he probably was a regular kid, you know, come in the house maybe 30 minutes late, you know, don't do his homework or something, you know, stuff where you could try to work with him to, you know, probably somebody worshiping the devil and on all types of drugs or something. Kill somebody, kill his best friend in a drugged out stupor.
Yeah, I just looked up this newborn screening. It's called the Saves Lives Act. It says the Save Lives. See, this is what the pediatricians put into practice. It says the screening for heritable disorders legislation was created to enhance, improve, and expand the ability of state and local public health agencies to provide screening, counseling, and healthcare services to newborns and children to have or are at risk for hereditary disorders. Or it says heritable disorders. Pardon self. But see, this is the pediatrician. If you take your child, see, once your baby is born, right? They be like, okay, they make you an appointment immediately for when you gotta call the doctor or come back check up so you can get an appointment with the pediatrician. So the pediatrician, he different than the person that deliver your baby. That's a completely different person, right? So the pediatrician, yo, he is an evil person. He or she, like, yo, they are even worse than the doctor. Because when you go to them, they don't tell you nothing good. This is what I realized. They don't tell you nothing like, to bring your hopes up. They trying to tell you what disorder your child had. They told me, oh, your son has jaundice. My grandma told me, your son yellow, just take him outside in the sun, let him sit there. Right? So that's what I did. I did what my grandma said, man. And my son, he turned browner, right? He urinated all that stuff out, digested all that stuff. Now, but the pediatrician was trying to tell me that I need to put my son under a UV light or a bright light. They have an artificial light that produces light like the sun, or it tries to produce light like the sun. They try to replicate it, right? So, UV. Yeah, God, man, word is bond. I don't know if it's UV, so don't quote me on the UV. They put him under a light. I want to say I don't know if it's UV. It's not LED, but I know it's a big, bright light that they put your baby under, and they'll cover they used to cover the baby. Some hospitals will cover the baby's eyes, but they put the baby under the light, and the light basically gets inside of the skin, all the photons, and it helps heal the jaundice. But they want to do it under a light, like an artificial way. Like, this is what they do. Like, the pediatrician tried to tell me to do that. And I was like, nah, I'm not sure about that. That's what I told him, like, I'm going to go to the house and think about that. And I went to the house and did research and stuff like that. Found out, like, yo, that jaundice is naturally cured with the sunlight. And also, jaundice is in your pancreas. So if y'all have a baby, and the baby, your son is a brown skinned baby, and he come out a little yellow, right? Not pale, but yellow, because all babies come out pale at first because they in water. But once they dry up, if they got a little yellow to them, what you want to do is you want to get some Tom's toothpaste and charcoal and make a paste out of it. And you rub it over their pancreas. Word is bond. It's on their back. You rub a big, thick paste over their pancreas of charcoal, raw charcoal, not out of the bag like you barbecue, but the powder tablets. You can just open them up and take the powder out of the little tabs. So, yeah, when you do that, and then you wrap your baby up, you take them outside.
You left it?
Nah, just EQ'd it.
Those jaundice get absorbed inside the charcoal and the carbon.
Calm as Lonely said, I went to this doctor because I wasn't feeling well for a few days. Dude wanted to give me a brain scan. What did you tell him how you told him you wasn't feeling well? The boss says separating the newborn. Hey, what we got here? Oh, hold on. We got separating the newborn is kidnapping, separating them from their father to see his birth.
Sir.
793 said new doctors try to pass off the meds, downplaying the side effects. Always after I warn them, knowing once she sees them side effects, she ain't rocking with it. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. Sometimes when you like, listen, I'd rather have the original thing, man. God said that if a woman is not pregnant, she can't produce breast milk. the liquid that comes out of her breast is colostrum fluid before the milk is processed. The boss said in terms of having the young on drugs, that keeps them drowsy, affecting their I don't know, that's some type of typo there. And keeping them open in the health and school cipher. Infinite said, how many kids start the day with Frosted Flakes or Lucky Charms, a bowl of sugar? How you expect them to act when they get to school? And look, and here's the thing too, with that too, Infinite, right? You give them the whole bowl of sugar so they come in hype, right? And then all of a sudden they get the sugar crash.
Mm-hmm.
So now they down low.
That's right. Sugar make you tired in reality.
Now that's a diagnosable pattern right there. You manic depressive.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Cause you hyper and then you not. Every day the teachers see it and then they say, oh yeah. He's acting up. He's acting out. That shit crazy.
Mr. Green once said G.I. Joe cartoon was dropping jewels on stuff they doing now. Yeah, you know, one thing they definitely was heavy on speaking about the deoxyribonucleic acid on G.I. Joe. I didn't like G.I. Joe all that much because nobody never got shot. I know it sounds crazy for a little kid, but you know what I'm saying? I don't understand how it's all these shooting, man, and nobody never gets shot.
Everybody got a gun.
Yeah, man, listen. You charging the front lines, running through bullets, man. Yo, how come nobody ever get, like, did they even have a medical unit on G.I. Joe? Like, I remember nobody get. That's the thing I ain't like about G.I. Joe, man. Somebody gotta get shot, man. Cut, so. Dion Best said, which is why those Saturday morning cartoons are no longer on the air. They started seeing that we were catching on.
We're going to take his chair just downstairs in the basement.
Yeah, I think we got yeah.
That guy was fucking smashed. Did he break it?
Nah, I just sat on it. Did I sit on it or he sat on it? I don't even recall.
Everybody gets smashed up.
Musa D came in and said, I was wondering about what they were going to do about these pregnant women out here about to have babies during this time. It's a couple I work with at work that are pregnant. They look so sad. Yes. I mean, look, this is about to be a whole new, how they call it, paradigm. Like for a while, like this is going to adjust the rules. You know what I'm saying? You know, like I said, this is something which, look, I remember hearing the closest thing I heard about this in terms of the education kids for the school, right? Is there's a state, I think it's Virginia, right? That when they pass whatever bill they passed to integrate the schools, right? The Brown v. Board of Education, whatever was the ruling that they had, right? They gave the schools a certain amount of time to implement their integration. And I want to say that time was up in 1973. And the racist people in Virginia was so dead set against integration that they just called school law for everybody. That was the thing. Like, look, if you're gonna have school, it's gotta be equal. Everybody's gotta have the equal. All right, then we just won't have school then for a whole year. You know what I'm saying? And that marked a new paradigm. Like after that, when school came back, it was integrated. I'm just saying that anytime you deal with a whole bunch of catastrophic stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Like right now, we in New York City. New York City is known for being 24 hours. But right now, it's looking like New York City is going to start shutting down at 1 o'clock for the most part. That's what allows for the New York City nightlife, is that, people could go get as stimulated as they want, right? And then go home on public transportation. That's the theory. Certain locations is, 42nd Street, almost every train in the city goes to 42nd Street.
When did East Harlem become a Spanish neighborhood?
60s.
Oh, so this is just.
Mm-hmm.
Good record. You were up to them.
So these is things that I think everything, at least for a while, until the memory has faded. But I'm pretty sure, like in certain places, like in the hospital, the bar probably could speak more about that topic. But I'm pretty sure in places like the hospital, it's changed forever. There's certain protocol that they got based on this that ain't never going to change. So RD Best said, yeah, it is a UV light that they use to detect the jaundice. Yeah, they got something called UV-C. Speaking of that, right? The UV-C is supposed to kill off germs and viruses and stuff. So that's going to be a part of walking into certain locations, is you're going to have to walk through like a little foyer or something that got the UVC light, right? And that's supposed to kill the germs on your clothes. You know what I'm saying? And then you get your temperature taken, or whatever is the order.
It's 10 o'clock.
But now you brought that up, I'm saying that, yeah, the UV-C light is gonna be a part of the changes that's been made. Because you know how it is. I'm sure that light is not all that cheap. So once a place buy it, they're gonna use it. Godsider Devon said, do you know what Life Bank USA and Celgene is? Those are Fortune 500 companies who extract the nutrients from amniotic fluid that they use to keep themselves alive. Carmen Lonely said he was feeling fatigued and nauseous for 4 days, and they wanted to they wanted to give you a CAT scan on your brain. Yeah, that is a little bit peculiar. Carmen's Lonely said G.I. Joe told you to do the knowledge at the end of every episode. Yeah, that was another thing about something that I noticed that changed over the years. You know, the type of messages, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, you was getting from the cartoon characters and the heroes. Like the heroes became kind of less heroic. You know what I'm saying? Like they're a little more, you know, good guy / bad guy now. G.I. Joe, nobody never got shot, man.
Remember Transformer? That was like Transformers
Yeah,
more than meets the eye.
yeah, people used to get shot on the Transformers.
Yeah, Transformers is cold.
You see, dudes had to get put back together. Dudes had to get put back together, man. You know what I'm saying? And you know, they didn't hesitate with the fisticuffs neither. That's why I used to like the Transformers.
Yeah. They was telling
All
you,
right,
man.
Magnetic, your shirt got delivered. That's peace. I saw it went out. But I didn't send you the tracking number, but yeah, that's good that you got that. Right now, if you made an order, what it is the champion shirts is apparently the stock is low because it's the champion shirt orders that's moving the slowest right now. You know, everything is slower than it's supposed to be, but yeah, all the orders is underway. Halftime said, I used to wonder why they had colonels and generals on the battlefield with a pistol. Listen, man. Yeah, I don't know. It was something about the continuity, man. Like they thought kids was too stupid in G.I. Joe or something, man. Give me a second to watch that. Guys, Cyber Divine, I'm not going to touch that one. It's still Hotep. It's still Hotep week. I'm not going to touch that last comment from you right there, guys. Cyber Divine. Hey, listen, y'all gonna stop coming. Y'all gonna stop coming for my man Starscream, man. Starscream is one of the greatest characters in cartoon history. Listen, you got Starscream, Mistleplex, who, listen, even though I really wasn't, you know, the Smurfs, I was already kind of aging out, so I wasn't really totally into it. But you gotta throw my son Gargamel in there. These are the greatest characters in cartoon history, man. They up there, they up there in the pantheon, man. Yeah, that was the jump off too, Dion Best. The I'm just a bill sitting on Capitol Hill. You thought Soundwave? You thought Soundwave was better than Starscream? Mumra is definitely up there. But on there, I used to like. I was pretty, I was pretty milquetoast. I used to like Lionel, and I think I used to like Panthro probably the best. But Mumra was decent. Universal Truth says stars challenge power 100% of the time. That's what I'm saying. Listen. If Megatron caught a cold, Starscream's like, Megatron is dead. I am your new leader. Ah, man, Starscream was a joint, man. Oh man, halftime say Gargamel was another case of bad writing. How was he always trying to eat Smurfs and he had no teeth? Hey man. I used to like Starscream. Soundwave was like that because he was soft, man. Soundwave, he wasn't really making no noise. Ah man, Starscream was the joint, man. Plus, whenever somebody used to give bust, Starscream was the cat that used to pop off, son. Whenever Megatron used to turn on to a gun, who was the one that used to pop off? Cats used to be scared of Starscream.
You know what's funny about that, right? Because I had an older brother, I was forced to be all at once. He was 3 years older than me. I was like, oh man, Optimus Prime. Motherfucker.
Yeah, man.
Oh, I like that gun, that gun, it had
Yeah.
the arm like holster and shit. You know what I mean?
The tape. Now look, only really Rumble was dope. Rumble was dope. I give it to Rumble. Rumble used to be fucking Bumblebee up.
The Panther.
Ravage, and the other day was alright, man.
Rumble was like a fucking.
But yeah, Rumble.
Dude from the hood, like,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, Rumble was real. Rumble was real, but yeah, the other two, I wasn't really feeling them. Soundwave had some other Soundwave. What was his weapon? Was some type of He wasn't somebody that really showed up on the set where it's like, not trouble for anybody except Bumblebee. But they, nah. Yeah, that's what it look. Now you talking. The Dinobots, man. You know what I'm saying? That's now we talking to people that put in work. Grimlock. You know who else was fly on the Autobot side? Jazz. Daz was fly on the Autobot side. Yeah, the Dinobots, they was the only ones that could really mess with the Destructicons and all that type of stuff, man. But nah, y'all don't. I don't understand how y'all got this hierarchy. I don't understand how y'all got this hierarchy going on right here, man. This is crazy, man. Dinobots ain't have to form no super robot. But getting back to what we were saying about the the way they got people medicated up. The way they got people medicated up right now, and the way they playing with people's emotions, you know what I mean, is in terms of the fear and all the different things that they doing right now, man. Yeah, it's gonna be some deterioration in the people that surround us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, doctors, ministers, nurses, and cremators. You know what I'm saying? Knowing they law. You know what I'm saying? Is and knowing your own law is absolutely paramount right now. You know what I'm saying? Because it's one of them situations where I gotta see which one that is. Magnetic, the shirt you're talking about. Um, like that's all another factor that you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? When you're going out there, interacting, whether it's with your family or whether it's with the rest of the community, is that they kind of breed in that instability. You know what I'm saying? They breed in a certain amount of instability. You know what I'm saying? You know, to where they haven't just broken us down physically. Like for instance, with the different aspects, and not to say that people are not responsible their own self for what they eat, you know what I'm saying, and whatever medication that they accepted. You know what I'm saying? But the chemicals and the stuff that they got in the food supply has broken people down physically to the point where we seen that a lot of conditions that we've developed from not eating the right foods made us susceptible, to this crisis physically. You know what I'm saying? But then certain things they doing to break the people down mentally is going to make certain people have a hard time dealing with this mentally and emotionally. And it's manifesting in the people. Now it's going.
Thanks to the God.
What's going on?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Man, I just wanted to tap in and say peace, man, to everybody in the room and shit. You know what I'm saying? See how y'all doing?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You know, I'm out here now. Why, man? Like, this thing is different, God. Like I got a chance to catch parts of the cipher from yesterday, right? And one thing I heard all on the business say, man, he was like, you know, like we are having conversations that people not only thought but said, was it gonna be had again? You know what I'm saying? Like I was building with my wisdom and her seed and shit. Like, and I'm like, you know, like these babies, they got one thing that we never had. Like everything we was taught from experience. But now we all going through something that nobody been through before. That we know. You know what I'm saying? So now we teaching like not from experience, but like through experience. You know what I'm saying? Like I can only show you what I know because of what I've been through. You know what I'm saying? Like the situations is different. Like this some shit like I remember when you said, Darkim, I remember when you said like all bets is off. Everything I said wasn't gonna happen. So I ain't saying nothing else about what's gonna happen, what ain't gonna happen. Because I remember when you said they ain't shutting New York down. 2 days later, New York shut down. Oh, wait a minute.
Listen.
Hey, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why, like, you know, you remember because I came to fuck with you the one night because I knew it was happening. It happened like the night after that, 2 nights after that. Remember I came on a Tuesday. And I was like, already wasn't no traffic and shit. But then like 2 days later, it was official. Like by that weekend, it was official.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm up here now. And I'm like, and I'm talking to the young guy, because you know he done been up here with me and we've been coming up here since November. You feel me? So he been coming, I'm like, you notice it ain't no traffic? Like we downtown, 42nd Street. There's no traffic.
But you know what I learned though? In 1968, right? Between 1968 and 1970 was the Hong Kong flu, where between 1 and 3 million people returned to the essence.
And we ain't nowhere near that.
Yeah, but see, it just goes to show you how it's very different. You understand what I'm saying? Because that one was worse. Background noise. You got some noise in the background there. See, even though that one was worse, the people's mentality wasn't affected by it the same way. Like, think about 1968. You know what I'm saying? If you think about, hold on. Y'all got too much background noise. Y'all got to cut your stuff off. You know what I'm saying? If you think about 1968, right? Look at all the protests that happened. None of the protests could have happened if it was social distancing. In 1968, it was Woodstock. So people, you know, that wasn't even on people's minds. Like, even though this is happening, I'm just saying that look at the difference in the mental component of how people digested the knowledge of it. See, Infinite Satisfaction said a 24-hour news cycle, that's one thing. Exactly. That keeps it in your face like that. You understand what I'm saying? Also, another thing that I seen that I drawn up, to add on with that, Infinite, is people's kind of expectation of life being kind of virtual reality. You know what I'm saying? Where bad things don't happen like that. You know what I'm saying? The population of people that was around in 1968, right, was people who, they had been existing in hard times for 50 years. Meaning these are people who, you had World War I, you had the Depression, you had World War II, you had Korea. So there's people, all in your family and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can say that when I was young, you always grew up like that, with certain pictures in the house of young people that you never like. Yo, what happened to this person? Man, yeah, they passed away like this or like that. You know what I'm saying? Because we wasn't living with the same technology. You know what I'm saying? To keep people alive. So right now we dealing with a situation where, it seems crazy for a person to, pass away from a virus or a bacteria or whatever because of the time that we exist in. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't really want to put it like that, but at the end of the day, look, there's some people that's softer now. There's some people that are softer than, once upon a time when everything was closer to how it is naturally and not a kind of virtual way, that we kind of interface with reality. You know what I'm saying? Like everything that we deal with, like in 1968, right? If you was black, you probably spent some time on a farm. Now I'm just saying that that's a difference from, look, if you were born in 2008, right? You're very disconnected from how you get your food. Like you never seen, animals be killed so you could eat. You know what I'm saying? Like your reality of going to the supermarket to hunt is virtual. It's not the same. You understand what I'm saying? Like I know a lot of people in the room is vegan, but I'm saying if you go to the room, if you go to the supermarket to buy a steak, right? That's a different reality from going out in the wild to hunt an animal. Or to even say, a cow is not really a wild animal. You know what I'm saying? Even to say you raise the cows, you grew them on your land or whatever, all of that's a different proposition. You see what I'm saying? So we so used to this world where, it should be a button that you could press. It should be a pill that you could take for that. That's something that I seen happen within my lifetime. You know what I'm saying? Where it went from, trying to prevent a situation where everybody might die to preventing a situation where anybody might die. Or from preventing a situation where everybody get hurt to preventing a situation where anybody gets hurt. So like I gave the example of the playground, to me, it was more fun. But apparently to the people who have the hours to build parks, the park was more dangerous when I was a kid. So when you go in there now, you don't see, the only thing you see on there now that was out then is the swings, I mean, they got sliding boards, but they much lower and they not as steep. The incline, was much steeper. But now they got everything designed so that nobody could be hurt. And I'm saying that you got people now who grew up in that world, right? That are adults. What you saying? This is one of those relationships. He said, my son's shorty godmoms just passed away. Probably got 10 or it took me a minute to catch on. So you saying your son's girlfriend has a godmoms that passed away. Infinite said he's never seen a cow slaughtered. That's what I'm saying. We don't, you know what I'm saying? Infinite said playgrounds have rubber floors. We landed on dirt and rocks. Jason Rosario came in. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? So people was much more like, at one time it was like unheard of, for you to go through your whole childhood without breaking a bone. That was like amazing. Like, but a lot of that is a part of the whole science though, Infinite, in terms of the society that we dealing in right now and how they project certain images. That was in that era where, boys was boys. And so, going out and getting yourself hurt was a part of being a growing boy. It wasn't, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't really looked at, roughhousing, getting certain little, you got a little cut here, on your head or something. Nobody left out of childhood without a scar on their head somewhere. For you never to have gotten stitches, never to broke a bone, sprained nothing and nothing, that was unheard of. Finish say I broke my knee as a shorty. My boys took me home with a shopping cart. Exactly, man. And the stuff that we was doing when you used to get hurt, you just had to come back and give a story. Because you wasn't even supposed to be doing that. But a lot of that is a part of the little bit more, what they say, the effeminization, what is it? What's the word? The effeminization of men. The feminization. So what I'm saying is that, in general, kind of the universal truth says safety first these days. Healthcare is expensive. The general, I guess you would say, like the kind of risk you know, you know, the ability to face risk. You know, especially based on your ability to avert it. I'm saying, like, something seems, you know, something don't seem as risky to you, you know what I'm saying, once you've been through it and you know how to deal with it, you know what I mean? Or you've been through other things, you know, you've been tested, so you know how you react in these situations or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? Right now, a risk comes on the table, you understand what I mean? And the person, the way they react to it is they're controlled by the fear more. You know what I'm saying? Fear is an emotion. You know, that people learn how to overcome through experience. You know what I'm saying? Information as well, but experience is a little better. See, like, you know, if a little kid is scared of the dark, you could tell them as much times as you want that it's nothing in the dark. But it's not until they continuously spend an amount of nights with the light off, right? Until they see that, oh yeah, you know. But because people don't know experience with conquering their fears, you know what I'm saying? Then when something comes up, they could be made to panic more, you know, because their reaction to it is never, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, 793 tell you with the immune system, where, you know, you gotta be exposed to some things, man, so that your immune system could even know how to work. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be exposed to some things so that this fear mechanism could be put into perspective. It's there to boost your adrenaline and boost your attention and all of these things like that. But if you overcome it and react, you react with that boosted adrenaline and that boosted attention. If you don't, it causes you to freeze. God Simon Divine said I used to get broken up all the time by my two older brothers. Never went to the doctor, just got mad familiar with turpentine. Yeah, see, all of this was a part of, you know, every day that now, you know, this is different. Ah, man, 793, you crazy, man. 793 said falling out and sliding down trees, sliding through glass at the boat basin. Sister ran down the hall with a bracelet, which hooked into my eye socket, only stitches, and born with a broken collarbone. Woo! You've been through it, 793. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? She said peroxide, green soap, and water, and band-aids. That's it. Man. Universal Truth said divine masculine isn't as prevalent nowadays. Boys don't have a rite of passage to manhood, so many men are children with adult bodies. You know, that's a science right there too. That's a science right there too. You know what I'm saying? That being that we don't have them, right? formally in society, you know what I'm saying, we have these kind of informal rites of passage. You know, when you join a gang, or you know, when you go to jail, you know what I'm saying? There's certain things that's in our community that signify that you growing up is a little bit warped out. Woo! The boss said, stepping on nails, smash head on the window while playing soccer on concrete. Man, got excited. The boss said he playing parkour. Nah, but that parkour is dope though. I like it. We still But I think all of this type of experience, this what I'm saying, this lack of experience like that. You know what I'm saying? It's causing people to react to this differently than people react to when this same thing happened in 1968 or at any other times. And why each and every individual thing has the kind of impact that it has on people. You know, I never, you know, I never, it wasn't something that I was really paying attention to. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, you know, weighing and judging how things was affecting us, you know, on a emotional level. And how, you know, how emotionally destabilized people in, you know, in our community was becoming. You know what I'm saying? And some of it is based on I don't know what the word for it is, you know what I mean? Like some type of cultural bias, you know what I mean? That, you know, stuff don't affect black people like that. You know what I mean? Whatever you would call having that type of mindset. That, you know, going to the psychiatrist or, you know what I'm saying, you know, doing this or doing that, you know what I'm saying, is that's for everybody else. It's not for black people. But I had to say that was not a proper assessment. All right, RD on best peace. Now I was born said I was gonna write an essay. Going to jail became a rite of passage. It's crazy how nowadays you'll trust a brother out of jail before a brother out of college. Yeah. And how, you know, we don't really have, you know, even though he turned out to, you know, have his own shortcomings, you know what I'm saying? We don't have, well, I ain't gonna say we don't have. There's not many individuals, right, that we look up into our community, right, that got where they got because of education. or even if it is, you know what I'm saying, a lot of people you looking at and they got on all the thug paraphernalia, but they college graduates. And it's really their college education that went way further in getting them where they at than anything they did in the street, but they not telling you that. Like, we don't have people, you know what I'm saying, that when we look back and we say, okay, how this person got to where they got. All right, education was the way. And a lot of people that is looked up to, you know what I'm saying, you know, they people that got themselves killed by the time they was 30 or got themselves locked up for life by the time they was 30. So now, yeah, you got to do everything fast. If you don't have a plan to be 31 because your hero only made it to 30, you know what I'm saying? So you don't have a plan for 35, 40. You know what I'm saying? And that becomes a problem where, in some ways, you know what I'm saying? Understand what I'm saying? In some ways, the worst thing that can happen to some of these brothers is that they survive the negativity that they doing. Because when they get to the other side of life where you got all this jail record because of all the stuff you did, you got no education, you got no job experience. You understand what I'm saying? Life can really become hell if you actually survive that. Or what about the brother who, look, you didn't get killed, you didn't go to jail for life, but you ended up paralyzed or something? And see, those sides of the game, they don't make a lot of movies about that. When the person died in the movie, you know what I'm saying? They just gone. You know, a person get paralyzed in a movie, for the most part, they're not gonna be a main character then.
Right.
And the things that surround all of that, you understand what I'm saying? Like all of the loss that comes with that part never gets spoken on. You see what I'm saying? So we don't have, you know what I'm saying, people that, you know, like, you know, you got, you know, athletes out there. So yeah, you got people that they'll go out there and practice on the court, or, you know, whatever their sport is, they'll go practice that. You know, but even in terms of, you know, what we doing, you know what I'm saying, just I mean, unless you're gonna include everything else with it. But if you're just talking about being an athlete, right? You know, that's pretty much something you're gonna do for yourself. It's not like, you know, being Malcolm X, where just, you know, your mode of speaking, the way you speak and everything is going to inspire other people to become educated so they can speak like that. You know, we got Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know, I mean, there's some other brothers out there and sisters. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say that there's none, but I do want to say that they're not celebrated. And, you know, not just that they not celebrated in hip hop, they're not, that type of thing is not promoted in the media. You know what I'm saying? You know, you don't have, well, not that I know because I don't really watch his movies, but, you know, I don't know of, you know, Tyler Perry to have a character like this in his movies. Universal Truth said men must get in tune with their archetypes. When our archetypes are off balance, we don't live right. Gangs are traders of promised goal of manhood, but leave us with nothing but hard times. Heroes ain't warriors. Well, this last part I might disagree with that, depending on what you mean. But yeah, that's what I'm saying right there. You know what I'm saying? Is that the kind of archetypal hero, you know, in the you know, for a lot of the youth right now is not somebody with a long history. You know what I'm saying? To the point where it's difficult to become a black an older brother, right? And not be considered as a sellout. You know what I'm saying? Like even myself, you know what I'm saying? I think of a lot of dudes that, you know, in the 80s or the 90s, I saw them as being militant, you know, as they mellowed out with age and, you know, their understanding grew and developed. It was like, yeah, nah, I ain't really checking for them no more. But a lot of that is because, you know, they didn't go 100% into expressing, you know what I'm saying? Okay, well, what was it that crossed you over to that other level? You know what I'm saying? Like, not to pick on him or single him out, but just as an example, because it's kind of clean cut with him. You know what I'm saying? Take somebody like Ice Cube. See, when you speak, you know, for the most part, or not when you speak, but kind of the image that you still project is a gangster. But from what I heard, you know, you don't really got nothing in the street that would have made you into who you are. You know what I'm saying? The reality is whatever things that you learned and whatever relationships that you made, you know what I'm saying? And whatever ways that you open your mind when you was in the industry, you went from getting jerked to being, you know, a top level director in there, you know, and an actor. But do you really talk about that part? You see what I'm saying? The other part becomes the image that you project. Sadiq said it's a lot of real brothers with real situations in jail, just like your situation if you go to jail. God Cyber Devon said, funny thing is I met this dude on the bus that gravitated around how I moved. I had a very deep bill with him on some deep science. Come to find out, the guy just did a bid, never was in school. I mean, you know, that's a you know, school is a double-edged sword. Because yeah, you're gonna gain some knowledge there, you know what I'm saying? But you're gonna gain some indoctrination there too. So see, individuals who understand about education, meaning they know how to read, you know what I'm saying, and they know how to think for themselves, right? They can overcome not going to school, you know, in terms of intelligence. Now, in terms of society, that's a little bit more difficult thing. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of, you know, intelligence, you're talking about having a conversation with a person or the type of impact that they can have in their family, in their community, a person who understands education, that go educate themselves regardless if they went to school or not, and can think for themselves. You see what I'm saying? They could overcome that. Universal Truth said spirituality supports reality. Yeah, you got to add on with that one right
there. What you mean by that?
This is probably, yeah, see now Musa D is talking about what I'm talking about. This is when you deal with the levels that they don't talk about. You know what I'm saying? Where Musa D is saying, look, he been upstate with brothers that's paralyzed. To see, just saying that, look, on a regular day, they don't care. They see now they acting like they care. They letting people out because of this crisis. Nah, son. See, that's the part that don't never, I don't recall seeing that part in no gang movie or in none of these hero movies about Mr. Big Bad, whoever he is, right? I ain't never seen that scene. Where they show motherfuckers upstate in jail and they paralyzed. Universal Truth said a hero works from the ego and the self-interest. A warrior does what is right in any situation, regardless of whom or what. A
warrior does what is right, regardless of whom or what.
Asiatic Mathematics said hero is one who rose above the social conditions, is he who rose above the social conditioning, in my opinion. SW said that's how I graduated high school at 16, speaking on understanding what education is. You understand what I'm saying? And acquiring knowledge and skills. You see what I'm saying? You could, one could do that on their own. You know what I'm saying? And if you understand that, you can overcome not going to school. But once you get indoctrinated, now that's a much more difficult thing to overcome in terms of being.
Yeah, this is pretty much the same.
All right. In terms of being an asset to your family, in terms of being an asset to your community and all that type of thing, if you've been indoctrinated into that mentality, then who knows how you get out of that?
You want to do your filter fade out.
You gotta automate it.
Yeah. Because this is just the base of the sample, and the other one is basically, the other one has some hits. This is just one sample. And then there's another channel which I've just copied for the bass. There's literally nothing.
Hey, sometimes that's all you need, man.
No, yeah. But what you could do is filter out some shit,
I know what you're saying. Make it move.
Yeah.
Like they do with that.
You can leave the bass track in.
Yeah, that disco stuff.
Just very. I need to figure out how to do that on Pro Tools.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
So, Mr. Green one said Oz. In Oz, they had they did have a paralyzed guy in Oz.
Go to the garage again.
But see, they didn't even make that. They didn't even make that. I'm not saying that wasn't reflective of the penitentiary. I'm saying that, is in my estimation. You know what I'm saying? And mind you, I'm not all over the country. I'm in New York City where it's just a lot of black people. Like I'm pretty sure, you know, we might be the majority, you know, at least in the areas that I reside. You know what I'm saying? In New York City, the black man is having a unique experience with the criminal justice system from everybody else. You know what I'm saying? You can say it how you want. I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but I'm telling you, the black man is having a unique experience with law enforcement here. You understand what I mean? And ours wasn't particularly about that experience. You know what I'm saying? It was written from the perspective of some other people. Universal truth says experience is wisdom because it's your way of going through things. Understanding is what comes to you after you learn and experience things. Asiatic mathematics said, I know spirit means breath etymologically speaking, but the way the word is commonly used is spooky. God Cyber Divine said, how is it spooky? Asiatic mathematics says spirituality means to believe in spirits to a lot of people. Universal Truth said, I agree that a hero rises above social conditioning, but his ascent is what grows him into a warrior.
A hero is a man of superhuman strength and capability of physical courage. You know.
Yeah, that's right. I definitely agree with the idea that Universal Truth is saying. But yeah, in terms of the definition of a hero, I wouldn't use that word.
See, a warrior is just one who is at war. See, if it wasn't no war to be fought, there wouldn't be no warrior. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have a soldier. If it wasn't nothing to save somebody from, wouldn't be no hero type of thing. It's like a hero is, to me, is like a savior. They replaced the word savior for hero.
So wait, this is interesting. This is interesting. Universal Truth says spirituality is what is drawn up from your heart and mind working together. A Universal Truth said anything the mind says is knowledge, the heart says prove it.
It's 11 o'clock.
So Asiatic mathematics said, okay, yeah, I heard a lot of guys say spirit is mind. I can't argue with that. However, it comes from the Latin word spiritus, which means breath. So spirit is really gas, oxygen. So
words have more than one definition.
Yeah. But you know, this gets into a science right here, you know, that we used to deal with once upon a time. So what is the heart the seat of? You know, because you know, well, let's say on face value, right? The heart appears to be an organ that pumps blood. right?
Mm-hmm.
So we know that, in the brain, the involuntary functions, such as the heartbeat, right, is controlled by the brain. And we know that the brain requires oxygen and other nutrients that come from the heart in order to function. So I'm just saying that, look, that's on face value. That's one way that they work together. So I'm saying, could you clarify what you mean when you say when the mind and the heart works together, it gives rise to spirit?
See, listen, the brain is an organ, right? And the heart is an organ. The mind itself is not an organ. So when we're dealing with the brain and the heart, it's a fact that if a man or a woman or anything, any animal gets shot in the heart or gets punctured, gets wounded in the heart, they have a higher chance of dying than if they get hit in the brain with something. You could live through a headshot. Can't live through nothing, no shot to the heart. Point blank on the heart, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And
So I see like, pardon.
See what the guy dropped on the topic.
Yeah.
See, because that's one of the things we do, when we come out of these different religions, you know what I'm saying? Kind of what Asiatic mathematics is saying is that when we come out of these different religions, right, we start dropping a lot of things, including terminologies that we got from religion. You know what I'm saying? That we became familiar with these terminologies and these concepts through religion. So we dropped them because we've associated them with religion.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But now universal truth is introducing it. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I call spirits?
How you drew it up.
I call alcohol spirits, man.
Mm-hmm.
You like that's
so
you know what I'm saying? Like
you wanna come on so you could build universal truth? That's the link right there. But he said the mind can be tricked, the heart not so much. I mean, now listen. You got some people that say the opposite.
Man.
I'm trying you got a lot of people that, which I know what you're saying though. You do have both trains of thought. You know what I'm saying? That you got people that get into bad situations and they'll say, yeah, it's because I was following my heart. You know what I'm saying? And not listening to my mind. And then you have other situations where people are trying to be ready to make a decision and they'll say, well, look, just follow your heart. But I'm saying, what are the qualities and characteristics of the heart that give it the powers? What you're saying, I'm saying.
Yeah, I want brother to get on because I don't even want to say nothing until I hear what he really has to elaborate on. I want to hear.
That's a good question. God side the divine. God side the divine is saying so. You know, that's saying in a way that the heart can supersede the mind.
Hmm.
That is implied.
The heart is a product of the mind.
Hmm. I mean, these are valid questions, God side the divine. God side the divine asks if you could trick me mentally with my mind and my heart can see things for what they really are, am I putting my wisdom before my knowledge? Because then you should be analyzing things mostly with your heart, or you should be analyzing things with your heart first. If you know,
How do you do that? How is that done? I mean,
we that's what we here to learn. You know what I'm saying? You know,
because
because
even
like,
if you,
look,
pardon,
I'm with that group of people. I'm with that group of people that discarded certain terminologies and certain language and certain concepts. So I hear people now speaking on, you know, the spirit and the soul and all of these things, you know what I'm saying? And I mostly could tell from who I'm talking to from the gate. You know what I'm saying? Like whoever it is that I'm talking to, I know their mindset. So from that I could kind of say, all right, I know this person is not speaking nothing mysterious, or it might be coming from somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, all right, this is the part where I check out. You know what I'm saying? So you know, yeah, I don't know either. But yeah, universal truth is in the room with us now. You gotta unmute your mic, universal truth.
All right, can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
yes,
All right,
peace.
peace, Darkim, peace. Uh, all on a business. What's your righteous name?
truth.
Truth. All right, peace. So, first of all, I just want to answer the question about the heart superseding the mind or vice versa. Nah, there's no order in regards to one or the other. One doesn't come before the other. One doesn't create the other. Um, they work. They have different purposes. They they register and they channel information and energy differently. The reason I say the mind can be tricked is because the mind is the entryway to what the heart will register when it comes to certain types of information. When it comes to energy, it's usually the heart that'll register it first. So that's why I say you can trick the mind with information, but if you trick someone through the heart, then that's a whole different thing, and that's much deeper than being tricked mentally.
So are you saying that the mind and the heart are they're like two sections of one reality though? Like you're saying that the mind, the heart, and I don't know what else would be included with that. Are you saying that all of this would comprise the one entity of the inner self, I guess? And uh those they're just different ways. Well, let me use this example. The mind and the heart are like the eyes and the ears, to where they're just different ways to experience something that might be the same reality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and just like the Bible says, the Bible, the Quran, one of them, they say something to the effect of, if you're going to believe someone, believe the person who said they saw it, not the one who said they heard it. And it's much in the same way. It's like if you feel something in your heart, that's a lot deeper than what you think in your mind, because your mind picks up everything. You can get anything, learn anything, pick anything up with your brain, but your heart is only going to pick select things. When someone says, "Oh man, that hit me in the heart, man," or "That got me right in the heart," like that means that you really said something that connected with them in a very deep way. Your brain connects with everything through your eyes and whatnot, but your heart is very selective.
I
But
have
you
a
get,
question.
yeah, go ahead.
Pardon, I didn't mean to cut you, bro. I thought
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
my question is, are you saying that the brain and the mind are the same thing?
No, I'm not differentiating between brain and mind. To me, that's the same thing.
Okay,
If
so you're
if
saying
if,
they are the
if I
same thing.
yeah, if I had to separate the brain and the mind, I would say um the mind is the brain working.
The mind is the brain working.
Right. If I had to separate those two, which I don't, I would say the mind is the essence of the brain.
Mm.
Mm.
Because when you see a doctor hold up a brain, they don't say here's a mind. They just say here's a brain. I never hear them use brain. But when you hear scientists talking about calculations or the mind function, the brain functioning, that's where the word mind comes in, from what I've seen. But I don't separate those two.
So because we got some, in terms of how I see the mind and the brain, right? You know what I'm saying? It's certain uh I guess phenomenon that will have to be explained, because in a lot of ways, right? Uh the brain is how we interface with the mind, right? But the function is not what for what. Meaning you can have a person who is they're in their 50s, right? So biologically, they're supposed to be losing brain cells, every day, right? But their knowledge and their wisdom is increasing in their understanding. You see what I'm saying?
I follow you.
Or there's things that you can conceive of with your mind, right? Especially, in the simplest form through imagination that you've never experienced with your brain. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why for most of us, we look at the brain and the mind as separate.
Okay. I don't look at them that way, but I see your point.
Well,
So,
when we take it,
but
okay.
going with what you're saying though, right?
Right.
So you're saying that the brain is the seat of the mind.
I can see that. Yeah.
So what is the heart the seat of?
Emotion.
All right. Now we're
If I
getting somewhere.
if
So
I could
that,
just go and answer God Cipher Divine's question. He says the mind can be tricked by way of the heart. We see what we want to see based on emotions, which is controlled by the heart, not the mind. Okay, so um, that there's very few times where I say, "Oh, you put wisdom before knowledge," but I'll have to say that that's one of the instances where you kind of you would put wisdom before knowledge by following your emotions or basing what you see on your emotions. Um, because to me, the heart and mind, they're supposed to keep each other in check. That's why I said earlier that the mind may say, this is knowledge, but the heart will say, prove it. And then it's vice versa. If the heart comes in and says, um, I'm really feeling this, or this is really what I'm feeling, your mind is supposed to come in and be like, okay, well, hold on. Let me see what connections I can make based on what it is that you're feeling to verify that that's a true feeling and that you should be following it. So that's my answer to that. We hear. I was just gonna say, we hear people say, "Oh, follow your heart." Well, it's because your heart is usually the first thing that's going to tell you what your true path is, not your mind.
So Hisham Allah brought up a point right here. He said emotions are from the mind too, and
exactly.
Going into, I'm not sure what train of thought that is, but it's a pattern of in terms of it saying how thoughts lead to ideas and ideas lead to emotions. You know what I'm saying? Like, say right now, right? Talking about ideas and emotions. If you say to a person, listen, there was an accident last night and 50 people died, right? Most people are gonna, they're gonna have, a bad emotion, like not say bad emotion, but they're gonna have, they're gonna feel bad about that. You know what I'm saying? But not as much as if I tell you that one of those people was a close relative of yours. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The idea and the thoughts and the experiences that you've shared with that individual, right, is what brings about the emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think your attachment to that person.
Right.
Yeah, right.
So this is why some brothers in the room are saying that, okay, who's this? Knowledge.
Peace.
Oh, peace. What's the signs?
Yeah, peace, God.
Hold on for a second. Because we got Asiatic mathematics. Let's get him in here first, but let's let the guy finish with this question first, and then we'll let Asiatic mathematics ask his question. So this is why a lot of brothers are saying that they would consider all these different characteristics that you're talking about in terms of analyzing things, in terms of analyzing things, intellectually or analyzing them emotionally, right? Are just different planes of energy that the mind operates on.
Right, but when you combine those two, that's spirituality, and that is the result of whatever actions you take in your life, so long as you're on that right on a path of reaching your goal or righteousness, right?
So
that's what I meant by spirituality supports reality, which was a quote from a Gangstar song, but it rings very true, and it's spot on in saying, like, spirituality is when you have the best of your heart and the best of your mind coming together to do what it is you want to do in your life.
All right, and what is the definition of this spirituality, or how is it manifested? Like, give us an example. What form does the spirituality take?
So that's what I quoted earlier, or I put in there earlier, where I said to Asiatic God mathematics, where I said spirit is expressed through gas, oxygen, which is what he said, because it comes through the word and the action. And our words and our actions both require that oxygen, that air, that gas for them to exist or for things to happen. So that's the spirit that's manifested. The spirit is manifested through our words and our actions.
So you saying, but see, now what we call that, right, is word is bond. Like we saying, ordinarily in our language, what we say is, see, that's making the word flesh, not spirit. So that's why where some brothers might be thrown. That's why I said, just with the terminology, I agree with the idea behind what you're saying, but just with the terminology. But look, on that note right there, what you was talking about spirit, let's bring Asiatic mathematics in, and because I'm sure his question got something to do with Spirit. Asiatic mathematics, you gotta unmute yourself. All right, peace to the God. Where you went? Oh, hold on. I had to punch you in. My fault.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace, God. Yeah. So yeah, basically what I was saying was is that, if you look up the definition to the word spirit, what it talks is about is like the immaterial part of a person. You know what I'm saying? So that it gives like a religious connotation to it. So like, I understand that brothers want to redefine words to suit, this particular culture. But in essence, that's not really what the word means. You get what I'm saying? So I mean, if you go to the etymological root, it just means breath. You see what I'm saying? So it's like then it's kind of then you get into where you're playing word semantics and word games and stuff like that. So you know, uh, so how I see spirit is that I just don't see it at all. It's not a part. I just don't have it in my vocabulary. So I just particularly don't deal with words like that. It's also synonymous with words like soul. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, so what is a soul?
Light.
Okay, you talking about like solar, right?
Yeah, just soul. SOL. Soul. That's the root word of soul. So it's light.
You're saying like solar, right?
Yeah,
Solar.
solar. Yeah. Solar, just like that. Yeah. That's a Spanish word. SOL. Soul.
Okay. Yeah, see what I'm saying? But like normally when people talk about like you hear a lot of people say like spirituality or I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. What is
Right.
really meant by that? You get what I'm saying? So they kind of basically they what they try to do is they try to take some of the dogmatism out of their belief system, and it's just like, okay, well, now I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. You get what I'm saying? And then what does that really mean? In essence, if you sit there and talk to a person long enough, you'll see that they're really religious. They're just trying to go under a different, use different terminology. They're not really, they're still religious, but now they're trying to use a different terminology to sound less spooky. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah. So when it was just when I see the word, like when I see a word like that, spirit, that it kind of raises red flags with me. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's definitely a word that depending upon who you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying, and knowing what level of understanding they got is important. You know what I'm saying? Because see, just at the most basic level, right? You telling me that everything that I see right here with the naked eye is not everything? I can't accept that easily. You understand what I'm saying? But depending upon who and what you saying this other stuff is. You understand what I'm saying? If you're saying that this stuff is other than me, if this stuff is outside, of who I am, then that's when you start to go off the deep end. You understand what I'm saying? It's like the brother Hisham was saying that, even when you deal with emotion, right, that you gotta know somebody before you love them. You know what I'm saying? You gotta at least know that this person exists. You know what I'm saying? And the wisdom that you apply is the way that you treat that person. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with love, hell, or right. So just in terms of uh, the language, right? Even using that type of language, make sure you have clear and concise definition. You understand what I'm saying? To let people know exactly what you mean and not thinking that, what I'm saying, you might be going in the direction of what Asiatic mathematics is saying. You see what I mean? Because, we pulling people out of the state, right? Where it could be easy for them to slip back into that state and not understand what we're teaching them if we're using too much of the same concepts and ideas.
when it comes to religion, there's not very much wrong with a lot of the words that they use. The problem comes with the understanding that they present to their audience. And so for me personally, I don't mind using words like spirit or spiritual because my understanding of it has nothing to do with the mystery God and has everything to do with God, the true and living, with man himself. And so if we're going to explain these things to these people who have no knowledge of themselves, then it's important to take the words and say, look, ain't nothing wrong with that word, but this is
But
what it really means.
but you said in the chat, you said something about spirit and mind. No, you said mind and heart coming together to form spirit. You said something to that
Right,
extent, right?
right.
So what do you mean when the heart and the mind come together? What do you like? What are you saying? Are you saying that the heart and the mind form some different material? Like what exactly are you
Now they
saying?
work together, and when they work together for one common cause, that is the spirit, because it's immaterial, meaning
That
your our emotions can't be touched. Can you? We can't
So
touch our
by
emotions
itself,
or anything like that.
by itself, the heart is not spirit, but when it connects with the mind, it is spirit.
When it works with the mind, yes, it's spirit. What comes from those two working together, that's spirituality.
See, hold on for a second. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but tell me if you agree with this statement. What you're saying is that a person could know something. For instance, a person could have this knowledge, right? But if they don't love this knowledge, right, then they not gonna apply themselves to it the same way as somebody who does love it. Like when you see certain people in uh, how they've born, the degree that they've born to, you know what I'm saying, to help this nation build, that has to be based upon them having a certain amount of intelligence and a certain amount of love for this nation.
But that's dealing with the brain, though. That's still dealing with the mind. That's like, like
No, 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 no.
when you're
It's
dealing when
not.
you're dealing with yes it is because
Hold
you're
on,
dealing
hold on,
with.
hold on. First of all, universal truth is that what you
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. That's what I'm saying. But I also have to. I also have to say that um, not everybody loves this in the same way or to the same degree.
You're still in dealing
So
with hormones, though, God. What I'm saying is you're dealing with hormones. You're dealing with oxytocin. You're dealing with things of that nature. It's not like your heart and
your
your mind.
understanding is dealing with that. That's not what I'm saying.
peace,
I didn't.
peace,
I said nothing about hormones or anything like that.
But
That's not
no,
what I'm
no, you
talking
said
about.
peace,
love. No, you
Hold
like
on for a second. Universal truth. Let's hear him out.
no, because he's
peace.
saying that your heart. Okay, he's saying what you just said, Darkim, when you said basically your mind, and you have to have the love for it. But that's still dealing with the mind. It's not like because the heart is an organ. You know what I'm saying? So what he said, the way he puts it, sounds more like esoteric, like an abstract type of thought, as opposed to like something that I can grab a hold on. You get what I'm saying? Because when you talk about love for someone, when you talk about the love for the teachings and whatnot, you're still just dealing with the mind. It's not the mind, combining with the heart. You're just dealing with the mind because that's where love happens at, in the mind.
And that's your understanding.
No, that's actual fact. Like when you talk about love like this, it's like dealing with the hormone oxytocin and the hypothalamus. You know what I'm saying? This is just where love comes from.
Peace. Yo, so when you teaching these youth out here, when you saying words like spirituality to the youth, they beyond not having the knowledge of themselves. They uncivilized. They don't have no civilization, no righteousness, and then they don't have knowledge of self, let alone everything else, right? So when you saying these words, that automatically is gonna trigger religion, even though you saying, yeah, the black man God. As
Mm,
soon as you say something about spirituality to them,
right.
they like, oh, this dude was religious. Like, yo, you gotta think about how the youth is gonna think about it. Now, also to add on emotions, you can touch emotions. I mean, you know, dealing with women, You know, you touch a woman a certain way, it's gonna trigger something. See, that touch is what triggered her emotions, right? So you gotta be careful how you touch a woman, right? So another thing is the mind is not an organ. The mind is man, Manu. We dealing with the mind, we dealing with the man. So a person that's not a man, meaning somebody said earlier, we got a bunch of grown men with boy minds. Guess what? That's not a man. That's not the true and living mind right there. So he's not in control of his emotions. See, the mind is in control of the emotion. The mind is the man, right? So, you know, that's all I have to add on.
You know, the first thing we break down to people who have no knowledge of themselves is that there's no mystery God, right? So if we can get past there being no religious context of God, then I don't think words like spirituality should be a problem.
So, yo, let me build, bro. Not to cut you off, right? Let me build, right? You know, spirit. The root word of spirit is, and spirit is breath. So if I breathe breath, and then I choose to use that breath and speak certain words, then like you look at words, and you take the S, you got swords. So if you use that breath to speak something, like, yeah, spirit is breath, but what are you doing with your breath? So like the God was saying, it's like, you know, the mind over the emotions, that's me. That's mastering equality. That's rising above 6. So, you know, like those words is swords. So whatever words you say, you know what I'm saying, you held responsible for those words that come out, or, you know, that shit could be hell, it could be a light fluffy form, it could be raindrops. So that's just like just speaking for me. You know, I'm real careful of, you know, certain words I use. And spirit, yes, it means breath. So, you know, a lot of people using their breath to blow steam and not say anything. So every word counts. So if you using your breath to you know, to add on to bring more life, then, you know, we see what you're saying in the spiritual form. But at the same time, like, just because you got breath don't mean you building and you dealing with what we dealing with.
A lot of the time when a person is blind, deaf, and dumb, they not even using their heart. They already worked up in the mind. You know what I'm saying? So the emotions are definitely controlled already by the things that they eating into their eyes and into their ears, the things they seeing and listening to.
See that.
You know, because when you're dealing with the mind, you're dealing with light, the light and the sound. The light goes to your eyes and the sound goes to your ears, right? Like, these are the things that we're dealing with. Now, when you're dealing with the mind itself has the ability to see, hear, right? And think. See, this the mind, and everything is a manifestation of the mind. Everything you see, the universe is a manifestation of the mind.
Yo, God, could I just say something real quick? Not, you know, I'm never gonna be able to cut your water because it's hard to cut water. You know, just let me add on to one thing, and it's like, you know, like the older guys say, yo, everything you see I put here is because everything you see, that just started with an idea, and the idea started with a thought, and the thought came from a mind, and you already know what mind is. So everything you see, you know, we put it here. Not to cut you though, I just want to go on to that. So
yeah, it's a lot of emotions, man. It's thousands of emotions. You know, we only really talk about 7 of them, type of thing. You know, we only talk about a handful of emotions, but there's thousands of emotions that a person can have, and they triggered by the 5 senses, and they also triggered by knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You know, my emotions is triggered when I'm studying and I'm getting into the nitty gritty. Yeah, I'm hyped. My adrenaline pumping right now.
Whoa, I see the girl put them 7 characteristics. I said, yo,
I'm saying, My adrenaline pumping right now.
Yeah.
And it's not because I'm upset. I'm
Right,
sad.
right.
I'm how to
You're
describe
passionate.
this feeling? Yo, we building.
Yeah,
And
no
this
good.
right here is the feeling. This the fire right
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
We dealing with the fire emotion.
See that?
It's the light burning inside us.
Right.
What you
Exactly.
call that emotion? What that make you want to go jump up and go teach the youth?
That's passion.
I call that
That's passion.
refinement, G. Whoa.
Okay, look. Oh,
That's what I
okay, I
call it.
see that. I can see
Whoa.
passion in that, but that's also compassion, right? Passion, compassion. That's also deep rooted in love. That's really the word we have for that though is 5%ers is understanding. That's understanding, and understanding is born from knowledge, wisdom. Doing the knowledge first. Pardon.
Y'all got Queen Mecca going off in the room over here, man. Queen Mecca is dropping. She dropping all types of jewels over here.
But we know. We draw.
The main thing I would say is that you gotta have concise definitions.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just in terms of because she like, for instance, when you go up to somebody and you say the black man is God, you know what I'm saying? You giving a concise definition. When you break it down the knowledge degree, you know what I'm saying, in the 1 to 10, when you break down the history, whether it's the Human Genome Project or the history of different civilizations, these is things where you're giving a concise definition to who you saying is God and who you saying is the original man. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, that in terms of spirit. See, that's what you're doing when we studying the 1 to 10, you know what I'm saying? Elijah Muhammad is we getting on his page. You see what I'm saying? When you say who's the original man and who's the colored man, I'm saying that in 1930, remember that had to be redefined for the people who was there at that time. For us, it's still a redefinition because we've stopped using that word in total for so long. You see what I'm saying? So we had to come on his page of who's the original man, because remember at that time in 1930, they're saying that it's all these series of monkeys that evolved into the highest level of man, which is the European.
Right.
That was the accepted idea, religious, scientific, societal, that was the accepted idea. You know what I'm saying? In terms of who was the original man, what was.
I appreciate you, G.
All these different things like that. So that's what I'm saying, is that you got to do the same thing with the term spirit.
You ain't give me the Hanukkah, no.
Like, I understand what you're saying is that you're not defining it in those ways. But you got to have, first of all, because like somebody said, you got to remember you're dealing with the 85%.
Yeah, and in dealing with them, it's all about keeping it simple. I understand your point about being concise. If people want to go do research about what it is that I'm giving them in as simple a form as I can, that's on them. Let them do that homework. But I'm going to try to give it to them as simple as possible with no tricks, no nothing. It's just, hey,
but you're giving something immaterial. What you're giving is something immaterial, something I can't put my hands on, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you gotta give them. She said like this: if they go to
like we said, you can't put your hands on your emotions.
But listen. If a person goes to research spirit in the way that you're defining it, where do they go to research it or experience it?
Well, then they can go research it. They can start with the dictionary, and then if they want to go from there, then they can. There's libraries. You got the internet. They can even come back and ask me some questions, and I'll give them some research material. But again, my primary thing is to give it as simple as possible.
The effect of emotion of one's emotion can, that can be seen. If a person has genuine love for someone, or if a person has genuine hatred for someone, it's going to manifest in their actions. When you talk about spirit and you're saying, it's how do you see that? How do you see that manifest in physical reality?
You're asking me a question, or is that rhetorical?
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, you're asking me how do I manifest spirit in reality?
Yeah, how do I see the effect of it? Like because you said you can't see emotion, and I
Right.
just
Can't see
explain how you can see
emotion.
it. Yeah.
Well, that's up to me to express it. In my expression of it, that's how it comes to a physical, tangible medium where you can see it.
So spirit and physical is one and the same.
No, I hear a lot of that. Like it's like it's like a lot of these combinations. Like there's no combination. It's just the physical is the spiritual is channeled through the physical, and those who have eyes will see.
So the physical was here before the spiritual. If you got breath, breath is oxygen. So what could you do without oxygen?
Yeah, you couldn't live without oxygen.
If I choke you out, it's gonna be a real quick time for you out of here.
That's what I'm saying, right? Your hands, if you choke somebody out, right? If you doing it out of emotion, right? You say, man, the anger, it was the anger. It wasn't me. I flashed, I blanked out. There's people that do that. I blanked out and the anger choked me. Like, yo, I don't even remember choking this dude.
Right, and someone who knows you will not be able to fault you for that because they'll know that you were working from that specific emotion.
I'm saying though, but the emotions, he felt the emotion physically though. The emotion touched me.
I got to disagree with you there.
Right.
But okay, let me ask you this question. Right? Is an emotion a type of thought?
No, but emotions can trigger types of thoughts.
You blaming somebody, man, for us being the maker and the owner. Everything that happened, we caused it to happen. No mystery God.
Yeah, I never said anything about a mystery God.
You just said something take place, due in the mind,
No, I said that emotions can trigger types of thoughts.
Emotion could trigger thoughts.
Yeah.
It's really the other way around because like when you have certain thoughts, it brings about emotions and hormonal changes.
My bad. My
Yeah,
bad.
Yeah, it brings about hormonal changes in the body. You know what I'm saying? It's all physical. There's nothing spooky about it. It's nothing that can't be explained.
Look at the Builder Short degree. That says that it's not gonna go past 6. So if you dealing with God dimension, how could that above hurt you? Like, they only could tear the body up. They ain't gonna fuck with the mind.
Yeah, I would have to disagree with emotion not being a type of thought. An emotion is a motivating idea. An emotion is a type of idea that has a force. You know what I'm saying? Like love has a cohesive force. You know what I'm saying? Hate that's a different type of force. Like you understand what I'm saying? Pride,
Right.
All of these like different ideas that got a certain force. You know what I'm saying? Like if your child graduates from school or something, you understand what I'm saying? Is that emotion is going to have a certain type of force where you're going to have to smile. You're going to have to. You understand what I'm saying? Even if your team wins the game or something, you understand what I'm saying? That happiness, that joy it has a force to it. You know what I'm saying? But it's
Right,
still
right.
it's an idea.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? See, a lot of things what we say here, what we confusing, right, is and I think this is what Asiatic mathematics is saying. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he's saying that we don't want to confuse the release of things like dopamine and oxytocin, right? We don't want to confuse that with true emotion. You see what I'm saying? Because these things can be triggered by other things like drugs. You understand what I'm saying?
See
You
that.
understand what I mean? So we don't want to confuse that with true emotion. Is that what you're saying, Asiatic mathematics?
Yeah. Like, let me ask you a quick question. Would you say like anxiety is an emotion? Like, have you ever experienced like any form of anxiety, and would you consider that an emotion?
Yeah, anxiety is an emotion.
Right. So yeah. Okay. Well, after doing research, learning about a little bit about anxiety, what it tells you is that the adrenal glands, when you start to feel like your brain gives you a cue, like you're in a situation, the fight or flight situation, and from the adrenal glands and the pituitary gland, it starts to secrete like cortisol, and just like at high amounts, and the more anxious you get, the more cortisol is secreted. You get what I'm saying? So that's all I was saying, is that it can all be explained, like, and
Yo,
it's
Lord.
Right.
Yo, Lord,
But,
right?
but,
Exactly.
when,
Yeah. My
right.
bad point, Lord.
But see, yeah, but and see the reason why I agree that it's an emotion, and this kind of coincide with what I'm saying. See, the cure for anxiety is preparation. You know what I'm saying?
They can't say no mystery God, regardless of what.
No, I'm saying that. That's how you're telling. Because most of the time, what you're anxious about is the lack of knowledge of what's getting ready to happen.
Right.
But once you know you prepared, you understand what I'm saying, and you know you're ready. You see what I mean? Because if you notice that anxiety, it always cuts down as soon as the action starts.
Whoa.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
anxiety. I mean, any anxiety
it's
that,
anxious.
that
It's
I've had.
anxious. That's the root. That's the root
well,
of it. It's anxious. It's being anxious.
it's based
Anxious
on
causes
prior experience.
anxiety.
Yeah, that's mental. And any anxiety I've ever experienced, my heart never jumped into it. My heart told my mind, "Yo, that's on you, man. You're tripping right now."
What you anxious for? You anxious to go? You anxious to go hit a chick? You anxious to hit a chick? Now your manhood don't rise because you're so anxious. So it's like, going into that, like the God said, preparation. Like he was saying, that going back to the potential, then the potential turn to kinetic. So like he's saying that the potential, we know the potential. Now it's like how we
Listen,
going?
It's also
the
based
God
upon
just
prior
showed and
experience.
proved. The God
Yeah,
just showed
prior
and proved with
experience.
science.
Prior
The God
experience is
showed and
not
proved with science
Right.
right
like
Fear.
like
now that
like
when you anxious, that you release chemicals into your blood.
Right,
Now
but
right.
that's
it's
what
just dealing with the
And that's
mind.
time to fight.
Yeah,
Time
that's
to
the
go at
mind
it.
though.
It's dealing with the mind. Like if you say you had a bad experience with police in the past, a bad experience with whoever in the past, a certain person, where your brain kind of tells you, if you see the police or certain people, you start to, like, you know what I'm saying, like it sends that trigger. It sends that same trigger because you had that prior experience, so your mind picks up on things like that. It's more of a subconscious thing as opposed to a conscious thing. It's not like you say, "Oh, I want to get anxious." It's not like shit. They fucked me over last time I seen them. So now, you know what I mean. That's when the cortisol starts getting released into your body, and then it goes to your blood. It goes to
right.
your blood cells, and then and that's when you start feeling like that.
Right. Anxiety.
Because the blood goes to the heart. So therefore, it starts in the mind and then goes to the heart.
Yeah, that's more
Right.
physical though. That's like the physical aspect of it, not necessarily
So,
the
I mean,
emotional.
so what about another emotion that we could describe then?
I mean, all of the emotions have a physical component to it. That's the
Right.
core. That's the
Right.
force
That's how it
that
becomes
exists.
tangible, just like the spirit.
Even in the terms of like meditation and all that, that's what you master.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So all of the emotions have a physical component to them. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of uh, in terms of you know, they all stem from thoughts. You know what I'm saying? And how we think about things. Because what I'm saying is this, right? You could have a singular person or a singular word, a singular phrase that sparks love in one person or group of people and hate in another group and another person or group of people. You understand what I mean? It could be the same exact thing. So it's something about the way each of them think about that person or something about the experience and the memory they have of dealing with this person that is why I'm saying that the emotion is a kind of idea.
My conclusion, I think my conclusion to this is spirit is an emotion, right? Spirit is just another emotion. How about that?
Well, he's saying that spirit is what comes from emotion and uh, the mind. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Which is,
What I'm saying is, what's the agreement though?
Well, see, I don't really look at
because I don't deal with spirit.
I think the overall concern was whether or not I was presenting something that was religious, and I wasn't. And which is why I explained as simply as possible my understanding and what I meant by everything that I was saying about spirituality and spirit.
But what part of that was science though?
That came after when we all started building about what the background and what the definitions and stuff like that were. Again, religion didn't pop up or anything like that. So
I'm saying when you was
what is
defining
the duty of a
spiritualism,
civilized person?
when you was defining spiritualism, what was the science? I'm saying because when what you was describing didn't really have any scientific backing.
And what is the duty of a civilized person?
So what's the scientific proof of spiritualism? Because we have scientific proof that the black man is God. Without even bringing up that word spiritualism, we got scientific proof because we got true and living gods and earths, pardon self, and earths. You understand? So I just want to know, like, when you say spirit, are you saying spirit is an emotion? And also, what is the scientific backing?
I'm not saying spirit is an emotion. I said spirit is your mind and your heart working together for one common cause or outcome based on you and your life. Now, the science behind that would have to be how your mind and your heart work, the principles behind that, and your experience in whatever you've gotten from them working together.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is using the scientific method of doing the knowledge first, observation, and writing it down, and then experimenting and coming up with the hypothesis, and then putting that to the test, coming up with the conclusion, right, of what you're saying, that I could put to the test too, to see if it's reality. Because if you're saying that you can't touch emotions and the spirit does not have form, it's non-material, then I'm saying, like, I'm the scientific backing, using the scientific method that I could use here in real time.
And I'm saying that I'm just saying, if your mind and your heart have ever worked together, that outcome was spiritual.
How does that equate to the science of everything in life, though? Because science
hold
is
on,
something that's provable. You got to remember, Islam is mathematics and can be proven in no limited time. So how can you show and prove that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Just by what you're saying is you're just kind of giving like just your own self-styled belief.
I'm giving my understanding, and if it matches yours, then that's the best part. If not, then I'm okay with that too.
So the mind, God, so Paul, so like now it's born. So let me ask you this question, bro. So the mind and the heart are the same? Matter of fact, the sun and the earth the same?
Assuming that question's for me, I'm
when
gonna
you look
say
at
no
heart,
to
when you look
both.
at heart, you see earth. When you look at heart and you flip them shits around, you see earth. So you telling me the sun and the sun and the earth the same?
Again, assuming that question's for me, I'm saying no. They're not the
All right,
same.
hold on. I got a question. Can the heart and mind work together, right? And the body not join in? Like, what happens if the heart and mind are working together, but the body is not working with the heart and mind?
I think that would have to call into play a disability.
Yeah, but I'm saying then what is the spirit?
You're saying you're saying assuming that everything is functioning a healthy human being?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if the heart and mind are set to a specific goal, the body has to follow.
What?
How you be brain dead? How you be brain dead and the body don't move?
Well, that's the disability clause that I brought up first.
Disability, that's a paralysis.
All right, whatever word y'all want to use, I'm good.
I mean, we dealing with science though.
Yeah.
So we using it. We striving to use the proper terms so we can learn how to trace them back.
Does your heart and mind necessarily have to be in tune? Like, what if you have a lot of positive knowledge, right? But you got a negative heart.
Well, then your spirit isn't going to be strong.
Oh.
But you got a positive heart and mind.
And what determines that? And what determines that?
Not
what's
what,
the result
who?
That's going to make you say, damn, what if you didn't know a man? What if you didn't know a man? How would you say his spirit is weak?
Well, then that'd be prejudice. And
That'd
if you're
be
that
prejudice?
curious, yeah, because you don't know. If you don't know, then you need to learn. You need to find out who that man is.
Let me give you an example. Drug kingpins who had sharp minds and knew how to think and organize things, but they just sold dope, man. At first they had to feed their family, and then they got a lot of money, and the power became too much, and they had a lot, and they used it. They had powerful minds.
It's 12
but their hearts were in the wrong direction. They had their heart warm. They had all that power in the drug money, so that was controlling their heart. Their mind knew, like some of these brothers knew, like, man, damn, this shit right here is going, it's going to kill people. But hey, if I don't do it, somebody else will. That's what people say. See, so you could see that. You could see a drug dealer. You don't have to even talk to this man. If you in the hood and you live in the hood, this drug dealer keep coming by, you could see. Right? And this man right here, you saying his spirit is weak, he could be one of the biggest kingpins. Like, yo, that's weak spirit. Giving turkeys to the poor, whatever, however you may define it. I'm just saying, what you would say is a weak-spirited person?
No, I would say their spirit isn't as strong as it should be or it could be, because overall there's a lot of unrealized potential there in that example you just gave.
So potential.
All right. This is the science right here. This is the science, man. It's like this.
because it's a lot of word filling. I need it's got to be an equation. Like there's got to be a real equation to this. You saying when the heart and mind work together, but you telling me that the brain is the mind, and by definition, by actual fact, that's not so. We got to get this clear scientifically. The brain is an organ, and if we're gonna call it an interface, let's call it an interface. But the heart is an interface to the mind too. So is your whole body, because the word mind means what? Man, which is arm, leg, arm, head. So my whole body is the mind. Right? That's what I'm saying. It's not just the mind exists everywhere. The mind is just not, the brain is an organ like the heart is. That's all I'm saying. So we got to get past connecting words that like that's a different type of description. You describing something, but you're not really telling me scientifically what it is. You feel what I'm saying? And emotions come from the mind, because the mind plays parts in the heart and the brain and the rest of your body. You feel what I'm saying? Certain emotions can make your toes curl, man.
The mind trick the body, body trick the mind crazy.
You feel what I'm saying? So if what you're saying is true, that spiritualism can be shown and proven, when dealing with the science of the original man and what we teach, then there has to be some type of real life equation that we could put in action, because my heart and mind work together. And you could say I have a strong spirit, but I would say that I'm just trying to grow in understanding by doing the knowledge and applying the wisdom. That's all it is to it. That's what we say.
See, what I would say personally,
that's an equation.
What I would say personally is, I'm activating on all 7 planes of energy. Like a lot of what we're talking about, this is a part of the 7 planes of energy, mental, physical, emotional, will, realization, control, and infinity. You understand what I'm saying? And of course, some of those levels you could only activate on with knowledge yourself. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we activate on the level of mental, emotional. You know what I mean? Some of us is already strong-willed before we even come into the knowledge. You see what I mean? But those are different planes of energy. You know what I'm saying? Where that was going to be another question for Universal too. Do you know about the 7 planes of energy, and where do the rest of them fit in to this working with? You got 2 of the planes, right? Mental and emotional, and then you said physical, of course, has to follow. So where do the other planes work in at?
So to your question, I'll have to say no. I don't know the 7 planes of energy.
See, now listen, you might want to look at that in terms of just helping to define, the term and the way that you relate the concept on what you're saying. You see what I'm saying? Because we got a concept like this, but it's articulated in a different way. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I hear you.
All those other planes, have to be included. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. Well, that's all the time I got for tonight. I really appreciate everybody for the build, and y'all have a great night. Peace.
Well, you too. Peace.
All right. Peace, black man.
Peace.
Hey, I would say I don't fuck with the spirit. But I'm going to say that for the agreement, I'm going to say, like, yo, spirit is just an emotion.
But see, even introducing, or just, introducing words like that within within the cipher, whatever. You know, it opens the door for, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like what was just going on. Like it's just having to do all these mind tricks and mental gymnastics to try to explain something that you know, it's like, damn, bro, you could have just chose another word for what you were trying to say.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, at the end of the day. And then even see if you use that word, right, you gotta have concise definition because of the people that we dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, when I got the knowledge, right, you know, the first thing that we did was try
Right.
to uh
Right.
make everything we were saying sound more complex. You know what I'm saying? Like we coming out with all this complex terminology because we trying to sound more intelligent. You understand what I'm saying? We're trying to blend in with brothers that we see that's manifesting signs, and we don't realize that this is just because of how much knowledge and wisdom that they got. You understand what I'm saying? We just trying to use the words that they use until somebody told me that listen, that's all fine and good, man, but the 85% don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
They have no idea what you're talking about. Like you talking about, yo, you the master of knowledge, and understanding all this, and you understand wisdom, and spread the ball, yeah. But at the end of the day, nobody out there knows what you're talking about. You see what I'm saying? And that's when that was the first person who started me to shortening everything up.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? To where it's like, look, you gotta have one word or one phrase so that you can get the point across to somebody who don't know that thing. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Whoa.
especially when we see the stage that we in now. See, when you were a little kid, you could hold other little kids' attention for a longer period of time.
That's good, right?
But see, right now, in order to hold their attention, you already got to get that stuff across, man. So you got to have clear and concise definition
Am I still over there?
to know what you're talking about. God cipher the word. You need to come on and explain what you're saying, man. I don't know how you got kicked out, but you need to come on and explain what you're saying about uh, spirituality, because you know that's what it really comes down to.
Yo,
Is
Lord.
explain explain it in a way, right? Explain it in a way that's quantifiable. Like if you
No,
walk
I'm gonna be honest
up
though.
on
Like,
somebody,
if you
if you walk
spiritual,
up on
I
somebody,
might not kill you as quick as what the other devils.
You know what other problem you could run into with this
Like if
too?
you spiritual, I could kind of like. I'm still gonna need the knowledge to your wisdom and get an understanding, but at the same time, it's like you spiritual. I might not kill you as quick as with the other devils who have gone under that, under this study. No,
Yeah, but you can run into other problems with that. The reason why, because I've had this conversation, like when, like trying to like deal with the 85, right? Like, they believe in a mystery God, and a lot of them will tell you, like the people who coming out the Bible, if you ask them, what is a mystery God? I used to ask them this all the time. Is he solid, liquids, or gases? And they would say God is a
oh,
spirit. They would tell you this. They would say God is a spirit, and they would point you to a biblical verse. So this is one of the things that made me go do research on the word. And then building with the guys that I was building with at the time, they would usually say that spirit is the mind. But see, I took it a step further and, started looking at the word. And even if you go to like a biblical concordance, it'll tell you that spirit means breath. So that's why I
right,
put that
right,
in that's why I put that in the chat. So when I went back and I started, getting into the little dialogues with those Jehovah Witnesses and the different religious people that were, try to challenge what I was saying, I would go, okay, you say, you know, you telling me that your God is a spirit, but spirit comes from the word spiritus, which means breath. So what you're telling me is that the God you believe in is gas. This is what you're telling me, because that's what breath is. We're dealing with the air that we breathe. So, you know, that's what made me get into that. So, you know, so if you teaching, if I was to go around and I was to start teaching spirituality, now I'm teaching spirituality. For one, that's nowhere mentioned in the lesson. And the knowledge cipher degree and the knowledge of culture cipher lesson, it tells you, you know, it has the word spook in there. You know what I mean? And a negative connotation that they you know, is not a spook. Oh, is that in the knowledge cipher? Anyway.
Whoa. Say that again. What degree?
No, that's not the knowledge cipher degree. My bad. Part self. That's a knowledge power degree.
Knowledge power. What the 10%? What joint?
They teach the 85 that God is a spook. The knowledge power degree. Who is the 10%? Answer: the rich slave makers of the poor, who teaches the poor lies and believes that the Almighty true and living God is a spook and cannot be seen with a physical eye. Is a spook. Right. Spook is spirit. That's what a spirit is. They teach that God is a spook, a spirit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm drawing. I'm making a correlation. But
that's why I went to the knowledge added flavor joint.
Yeah, I went to the knowledge cipher degree because it's telling you.
Yeah, but the same exact same. So I see how you.
Yeah, so we start using the word now. We kind of like become the 10% in a way.
Yo, but you know what? It's good. Like the gods say, it's good for us to be able, because like when I look at like we took everything from them except their language. I look at it like when you know, like you hear certain people say certain things, you can kind of pinpoint the where that school of thought or like. So it's good that people still say that, but at the same time, it's like, you know, we know what you mean, because like, you know, people that say a lot of stuff that might deal with a mystery God, we know what they talking about. We know what they just don't know. No,
we deal with life, not spirit. See, we deal with life, man. You know, like even if you say spirit means breath, we still don't deal with spirit. That's not even in no degree. You know what I'm saying? We deal with life, man. So when you breathing in what? Yeah, you breathe in oxygen, right?
See that.
But you push out carbon dioxide. And the plants, they breathe in carbon dioxide and push out oxygen. So that's life. That's how we live. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's different things use different gases. You know, we breathe in nitrogen at the same time. It's nitrogen in the atmosphere that we breathe in.
Hold on.
It's all kind of gases that we breathe in. Are we gonna call these spirits now?
One thing I tell you,
I just know how like people talk certain ways, man. It's like, you know, I get past that. It's magic.
Hold on. This definition that you're giving, that spirit is breath, doesn't really coincide with the definition that he's giving.
Right.
Like that's not what he's saying. He's saying that it comes from mind and the heart working together, and that the body has to follow. So, you know, these are all ideas. You know what I'm saying? Whereas the breath, you understand what I'm saying? It's just the life force physically of the body.
I see you dealing with the potential when I've seen like before I had kept getting cut off. I was like, my people having a little cookout, and I kept getting cut off. And I see you start dealing with the potential, like, you know, people don't look at the matter, like they look at the work of the artist. They don't pay attention to the artist. Like think about the artist that created that artwork. So when you was building on that, then I seen like, yeah, this is, you know, potential. That's a foundation, though. You need that. You just gotta put in application, and that turns into the kinetic. So,
All right, great. Tajir Divine, the question is, how is mind and heart working together equal to breath?
Yeah, I definitely. If I'm out teaching, I'm not teaching no spirituality, man. I mean, if anything, I'm trying to get the people away from that, man, because you know, that's what they already been on. They already been on spirituality. You know what I mean? Why are you trying to keep you? You might as well just let them stay where they at.
I don't know what hood you going in talking like that.
I just respect them enough for letting me know, your mind state. Because people, you put words out your mouth, I know exactly the mind state or the school of thought. I know it helps me pinpoint. It's like the GPS. It helps me pinpoint, where you coming from.
Yeah,
You gotta be able to define all these terms that you're saying though, you know what I'm saying? When we say devil, right? You gotta be able to define that exactly what you mean so that the person don't think you mean a red man under the ground.
Say
You
that.
understand what I'm saying? You know, if you're saying who's the colored man, you know what I'm saying? If you saying who's the original man, look, if you say Asiatic, all of these are terms that we gotta define, you understand what I'm saying, in order for people to have an understanding of what we're saying. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's like I said, you can talk to anybody. If you just dealing inside of their logic with no real definitions of the terms, they always gonna be right.
Hmm.
See, that's the thing with legalese. Is that
Yeah,
we
but
go in here with terminologies that you use and that I don't know what they mean. Yeah, I'm gonna be guilty every time.
Hmm.
the thing is, what do you do with spirit? You say, oh, he got a good spirit. What do you do with that?
that
What do you
sounds
do
like
if
a that
I'm about
sounds
to
like a
make
more
this
proper
person
way of saying it.
pardon himself?
I was saying that would be, to me, that would be a more accurate way of using the word, like, oh, he has a good spirit, like, like your attitude. That seems more, reasonable.
Right, but you might say that, and then the same person you think had a good spirit turn around and be a Judas.
But then that mean they spirit changed.
I'm just saying that means that you may have took that on face value and thought that spirit was an equation or was something scientific to this person. See, if you would have did the knowledge and the wisdom, you would have saw they was a snake. But if you talking about, oh, I'm dealing with spirit, I deal with people that got good spirit. What's the
That's
equation? How long do you got to be around somebody before you determine that? How long is it? That's what I'm saying. Like, when do you see it? How do you make it manifest? You saying when my heart and mind work together. I mean, now you making a definition fit your word. You're trying to say that this is the equation, but what's now you saying if my heart and mind work together, I got spirit. But where is that? That you feel what I'm a man. Like I know where the mind is. I know where the plants are.
Hmm.
I know where the faucet is. Where's the spirit at? You telling me the spirit is seen and heard everywhere? See, that's spooky, like the guy said. See, the spirit, you talking about is seen and heard everywhere now. See, that's what you attributing it to, even if you saying it means breath. Because it's like if it means air, okay, well, now does air exist outside of the Earth's atmosphere? Does air exist everywhere? Is the sun using air? I mean, it's using gases.
Yeah.
but see, now that's the divine. This is the third definition. You saying spirit in layman terms is the result of mind or mind state. How are y'all missing what I'm saying? Because look, I need a consistent definition that I
No,
can
bro,
go.
you like breaking up.
You
Not
know
to
what I'm saying?
interrupt you like breaking up.
I
It's
think
fuzzy.
it's all background noise. Who's that?
Somebody got back.
Yeah,
All right.
you can now.
But you know, now you saying it's a result of mind or mind state. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
You know,
man.
this is something different than breath. You understand what I'm saying? And this is something different, you know. So what is mind? Is mind state the heart? I'm just saying, what is the definition of it, right? For someone who, like me, right, who came in tune with these terms as a result of being involved with religion. You know what I'm saying? And has been, you know, I wouldn't say been through it, but been exposed to the indoctrination that spirits are, you know,
Right, right.
disembodied beings that haunt houses and things of that nature. I need you to give me the clear and concise definition of what it is in a way that's quantifiable. I understand about things that can't be seen by the physical eye. Like I can tell you what knowledge is. Knowledge can't be seen by the physical eye. I can tell you what power is. Power can't always be seen with the physical eye. So I understand all those concepts.
Right.
But I'm saying, what is spirit? And if it's all these things what you're saying, I'm saying connect them together. Like how does the mind and the heart working together equal to breath?
Like you said, G, I see like the whole everything on the physical composition, even a toenail got a job to do. So when I said like you said like spirit, like I say breath, but it's like we wasting your breath to talk bullshit, or you wasted, you using your breath, to bring forth life. You know, that shit all gonna show and prove, all because it's all one. It's all one. But you said, but the mind, like, but it all got to go according to mathematics. And the mind, that's mind means man.
Yeah, that's but yeah, God type of divine. I don't know what happened to his God type of divine. I don't know what happened to his jump off today. He he can't come, he can't make it in today to add on to what he's saying, like I said, for me personally, it's just a thing where, whatever terms that you're using, you got to be able to pull all the people onto your page. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the people doing research, I don't disagree with that, but we also know that, it's our duty to teach.
Say that.
You understand what I'm saying? So if you go up to somebody and speak, you know what I mean? Especially, if you're speaking to a baby, you know what I'm saying? It's not always to the point where you could say, well, yo, it's on you, go research. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's right.
Because just the same way that I heard the term just the same way that I heard the term involved with Christianity, right? Maybe I never was really involved with Christianity and I never heard the term.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just like, if the person was Buddhist, right, they could come right now and bring up a term that's like, yeah, I never really heard that term. And maybe the concept don't exist in the Western Abrahamic religions or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? So I've never been introduced to that concept. You know what I'm saying? If you teaching, you got to be able to break down what you're saying.
Right. That's a 7 joints. That's a 7 joints, Lord. I had double backed and watched that. The 7 joints you said, I looked at it and I'm gonna be honest. I was like, I had a little real hard problem with a couple of them. And one was like the questions and the answers. Because I feel like, a lot of people talking like, I don't want like, like we deal with, like, we know we master builders, what makes rain, hail, snow, earthquakes, but brings it. So it's like, but at the same time, it's like you gotta think about who listening to you, and it's like a different platform. Like it's like different. So you gotta make sure, like you say, you gotta make sure everybody could understand it. Because I'm quite sure a lot of your questions be we all in the safe around each other, mouth the air, like it's gonna be a lot of shit we not gonna discuss. So being wise enough to know that those 7 characteristics of a wise man, sat right there, and like somebody asked something, and some people be doing reverse psychology and playing off intelligence, and it comes out a different way, but at the same time, like you say, you don't know who's arguing if you just jump on that. So that shit is real. Like that's one thing I'm definitely gonna look into and study.
So that's like the divine said, my emotions are a direct result of my mind. Simple, one preceded the other. How can it be more clear? I mean,
answer the question for you, Lord.
In this case, what you're saying is not coinciding with what Universal Truth was saying, though. Universal Truth was saying that the emotions are not a result of the mind. That they're kind of working separately, and that the way they come together is what forms the spirit.
All that is confusing, man. Oh, God.
And so what we were saying is, how do you quantify that? You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, he said, this person would have a weak spirit or whatever the case may be, right? So what if a person had evil thoughts and evil emotions? Would that still be a stronger spirit than a person who, you know what I mean? All these, you got to work all this out, because these are the questions that everybody's going to ask you. Just like when you say the black man is God, and people ask you all these different questions.
Yo, Lord, not to cut you, your drink got super low, like on my end. I don't know if everybody else in my drink got super low.
Yeah, I have a question for him. Who's explaining spirit. Like, what are the characteristics of a person who is spiritual? Like, what are their like physical characteristics or something? How would I know if a person is spiritual just by looking at them, or looking at their actions, or their behavior, mannerisms, something like that?
I'm saying, so this, you the one that keep tying yourself to his understanding, asking how we don't understand what he's saying. The first reason I don't understand what he's saying is because he's not, he doesn't have a concise definition for every step of the way. Like, okay, you tell me that spirit comes from the mind and the heart working together. Okay, so the next question was, what's in the mind and what's in the heart. You know what I'm saying? You know, and then after that, it was several things that he said, you know, I mean, he was building on his own. He's speaking for himself. But I'm saying for me as an individual, yeah, I disagree with some of the things that he was saying. Like when he was saying that, you know, the mind is housed in the brain. You know, the mind and the brain is the same.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know, in particular, I mean, don't get me wrong, I understand what he's saying.
Right.
In terms of when he's saying the heart or whatever, but I'm saying that's still a level of consciousness.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Being involved with, you know, whatever different emotion that you're dealing with, these is all about ideas. You see what I'm saying? Because like I said, it could be a person. Like, look, right now, I give you a person, right? Fidel Castro.
Don't beat me up. I'm on 23 million.
Like if
don't beat me up, right?
If I just
well, they shoot me.
If I just say Fidel Castro, right? That's gonna spark love in some people and hate in other people. I could say Ronald Reagan. You know what I'm saying? That sparks love in some people and hate in some other people. Like for instance, did you realize that there's people that hate Abraham Lincoln? They hate Abraham Lincoln for the same reason, right? That you might have some people that love Abraham Lincoln. You got some people that hate Abraham Lincoln. And he's just one person. And they love him and hate him for the same thing. Some of them love him for the Emancipation Proclamation. Some of them hate him for the Emancipation Proclamation.
I got a question for something that you made that you said. Darkim.
Yeah.
You said something. You said that basically that the mind and the brain are not the same thing, which I agree with. But to what capacity is the brain associated with the mind? Like how do the two interact?
That's how you interface, you know, with the mind. You know what I'm saying? Just like your five senses is how your brain interfaces with the outside world. You know what I'm saying? The brain is your collection of experiences, you know what I'm saying, and information, right? That you're using to apply your thoughts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the reason I asked that, because I don't know if you heard about, there was a story, I forgot the exact name of the guy. He was called Patient M or something like that. But anyway, they removed his hippocampus, and what happened is that he couldn't remember anything for like 7 seconds. Like, you know, his memory was damn near all the way wiped out. But he still could like enjoy life and do certain things. He just couldn't remember past 7 seconds. Like if you were sitting next to him and talking to him, and 7 seconds later he'd be like, what are you doing here? Every 7 seconds.
Yeah, to add on, there could be think about the vegetables. Think about a person who they say is brain dead. but they keep them alive on heart support, life support. They keep their heart pumping. You know what I'm saying? Because they mind ain't clicking no more. They can't get up and use their brain no more. See that part of their mind, right? The brain is an organ, and that part of their mind, which is their body, that part of their body, right, is gonna give them their nervous system activity, which is electromagnetic conductivity in the body. And this is connected to the heart. There's actual nerves that go from your brain and your spine stem to your heart.
You got a lot of those in your feet too.
Right. It's everywhere. I mean, you got nerves everywhere, G. You know, you got them in your eyeball, your ears, toes, arm, leg, arm, head.
Somebody say you get on your nerves. That's like a like
but that's real though. That's real though, because you got real nerves. You got real nerves, right? That if you get emotional, somebody making you feel emotional, you could get a headache.
Whoa!
Like you be like, man, being around this person give me a headache. It's real.
That's
like
the bill. That's the bill with a short degree. That's the once you learn, like, yo, I'm the core maker of all this. I'll make this headaches. I'll make this. I ain't even looking for no Advil or nothing, man. I know it's real.
God Cypher Divine said, why do we say we memorize things by heart and we don't say we memorize things by mind?
Yo, let me answer that for him, right? I tell my babies, I say, yo, like me, like everybody tell you, right? Nah, I'm gonna start changing this. I mean, better than this. And like, yo, you go give me, yeah, cool. I'm coming to get you. Like I'm thinking with my heart, right? My heart's in the right place. You know, I got a million things to do prior to that. So I start learning, like, yo, I'm gonna strive. I'm gonna strive to do that. Hey, think with your heart, man. You go, man, shit.
See, I'm gonna tell you what the problem is right here. Look, now we got a Lil and Snotty said emotions are the visible reactions to thoughts processed in an immature and insecure mind. Spirit is the intentions one displays towards a specific idea. See, this is what I'm saying. Now it's so many definitions that it renders the word useless.
Yo, Flip, let me put my guy on the True Vision. I gotta put him on that. All right?
Like if
tomorrow
blue,
we gonna watch Kobe.
If blue could represent 100 different
Kobe tomorrow, right? Let's put my guy on this.
Then it renders the classification of blue as useless.
I'm gonna put my brother on his TV. It's hard to hear him.
I'm saying an emotional person don't have to do nothing. You could be standing still, just like we were saying, man. You don't have. You can manifest wisdom with silence, or just by standing still. Sometimes you ain't got to do nothing to manifest your wisdom. That is the wisdom. To do nothing, to say nothing at certain times. You know what I'm saying? So when you say emotions are visible reactions, that's like what about poker face? I might have pocket aces. I might have a 4 of a kind on the river. Nobody knows type of thing. Nobody knows because I'm giving them the poker face. They don't know what I'm holding. See, but my emotions, though, my heart, my adrenaline, yo, it's pumping. I'm feeling it. They don't know it, but I'm feeling it already. I'm feeling like the $1 Million Man. It's chips all in the center of the table. Right? And I'm trying to get them to go all in. Because there's 2 aces on the board, but don't nobody know I got pocket aces. Everybody else bluffing. See,
Smoke Dawah made a good point right here where he said some of what we talking about is culture and linguistics. In other countries, they use different language or ideas that might not necessarily relate to a mind or a heart. See that, which is why, like I said, at that time, so like a lot of these are expansive concepts, Eastern, Western philosophy and all of this stuff, the 7 planes of energy, that's easy for kids. You know what I'm saying? But, just in general, that's just a problem that's here that we run into. Now, God Cipher Divine, when you say you learn something by heart, right? That meant that you knew it so well that it's second nature.
Uh-oh. Now look what I just found right here, right? By heart is an idiom. It says to learn something by heart means the same as learning something by rote. R-O-T-E. Itself is an idiom, right? And it says originally to learn something by rote was to have learned to sing or chant it to the accompaniment of a harp. By heart is an idiom. It says to learn something by heart means the same as learning something by rote.
Turn it down. Turn it down. Turn it.
So an idiom is a group of words established by usage as having a meaning not deducible from those of the individual words, such as raining cats and dogs, seeing the light.
No, we're not dealing with semantics. You asked the question of what we mean that when we say learn something by heart. When you learn it by heart, that's when you made it second nature.
Right. In other words, it's not literal. You're not actually, the degree is not sitting on the organ, your heart, which is in your chest.
Right.
The heart has no capacity to retain that kind of information. All of our cells, of course, retain information. They know their heart cells. They don't start inhaling and exhaling. They beat because that's what they're supposed to be doing. They don't start processing urine. You know what I'm saying? Because they know they're not kidney cells. You understand what I'm saying? But in terms of, a memory or some of that nature,
I mean, memory is one thing, right? You can memorize it, but will you internalize it? You know what I'm saying?
It's when you're dealing with repetition, dealing with semantic memory. When you say internalize it, though, I think what you're talking about more is like live it out, right?
Study, learn, and master it.
Yeah, like internalizing it. When you saying something, I learned it by heart. You're not saying that you memorized it, kind of. You kind of saying that you internalized it. See, because I know my lessons by heart, which means I have them internalized to the point that, yo, I love this. It's in my heart. They attribute love with the heart. Now, am I going to say that love comes from the heart? No. But when you say you love somebody, you be like, yo, sometimes you might put your hand over your heart. When people pledge of allegiance to this country, they put their hand over their heart. When you pledge allegiance, you put your hand over your heart. Your right hand over your heart.
Your heart gets you in trouble too.
Yeah.
If your mind ain't intact, your heart gets you in trouble if your mind ain't intact. I mean, brothers right now locked up doing right things for brothers out of the heart, that's showing and prove that you was a sucker. And they're not saying it like that, but you was a doja. You end up being a doja.
Right. And is you saying that's a result of bad spirit?
You know what it is?
No, I ain't saying no spirit.
Nah, not you. Not you. I'm talking about what bro's saying, because I'm talking about God Cipher Divine.
You know, we done with the 7.5, so
Like
you know,
older
yeah.
scientists, older like from what I've from the research that I've done, like back, in early scientists from, hundreds of years ago, they might have thought that the heart played a different role in the body than, and then the brain. So a lot of this probably comes from that, man, because like, like they probably thought the heart was more, more the seat of the thought as opposed to, the brain.
I thought like that too. So I see that too. I thought like that too. Like the wild thing is, like I thought like that too. Cause I say, yo, they say love is unconditional, right? But how somebody love you based on your condition, you know? So it's like you love somebody with your heart. You know, they say love is blind. Bro. So you loving somebody based on your heart, and your mind is telling you every time. Your mind is telling you like, yo, this shit ain't right. But you saying like, yo, you want it to be right, so you go on with your heart. You put your heart out there, so you gonna get crushed.
I don't see
You
how
know,
love can.
if it ain't,
I don't see how love could be blind because love. My understanding,
you
love is the
don't see how
highest.
love could be blind.
Love is the highest form of understanding, and understanding is to see. So how can love
Wait,
be blind?
No, no, okay.
I
So
gotta
now
disagree with both of
we going right
y'all.
to the mind. That's
I
the
don't
No,
agree
mind.
that.
Right?
right. Yeah,
Pause.
love is understanding. Love is the highest form of
No, no, I'm
understanding.
saying that like blind, like speaking for like all people that's lost.
No,
You know what I'm
no,
saying?
I'm not saying you're saying that.
Like,
I'm not saying
and I'm
you're
not
saying
speaking
it.
like that for me. I'm
Right.
speaking like
That's where I'm
that
coming.
because
Me too.
once my
Me
shit
too.
got broke, I was like,
I
my
know.
shit ain't
I'm
going out there
familiar.
no more to get broke no more.
I'm
Like I'm
familiar
not
with
doing
that.
that.
I'm familiar with
Yeah,
that term. I'm familiar with that term that love is blind. I wasn't saying that
yeah.
you're saying it. I'm saying that the people
You're
who
right,
do
right,
say
okay.
it, the people who do
Yeah.
say it, you know what I'm saying? They don't know what they're saying.
Yeah,
Hold
but
on.
we got
That's a
we got
cliche, but
we got
one
God
thing.
Cypher Divine to explain what he's saying. You on God Cypher Divine?
Hey,
What happened? You froze?
Just
you're not crazy. Hey yo, Asiatic God mathematics.
Yeah.
I mean a
See,
lot.
one thing I would say though, one thing I disagree with you
My bad.
on though, is that love is not the highest form of of understanding. The highest form of understanding is the babies. The
Um.
babies are the greatest. The babies are the
See
greatest.
that. See that.
That's the best part.
I agree. I agree. The babies are the greatest, but like love.
Excuse me.
I mean,
Coughing.
I could agree with that. You know what I'm saying? I could see that.
Nah, but you gotta remember. But well, see, you see the baby, right? It's supposed to be an expression of a unit of love.
See that, Lord.
You understand what I'm saying? Now, it's true that in this day and time, because we got a lot of degrees as books or philosophies on that, love has been separated from sex, right? Then we end up in a situation where we have the babies, you know what I'm saying, who are not necessarily the result of a unit of love. You see what I'm saying? Because you can look at the degree of hate that exists between the, you know what I mean? The parents is always fighting.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? They in a state of conflict. You know what I'm saying? But the baby is still the greatest
What?
because
Right.
of what is in them to do. So there's become a separation. You know what I'm saying? But that separation is not right and exact. You know what I'm saying? The baby is supposed to be an expression of a unit of love.
Right.
Yo, outside the divine, you got to reboot your phone, man.
He said that, man.
You gotta reboot your phone
He did.
and then try to come on, man. That's what happens, man.
And he said, "What's love, though?"
Yo, love is life.
I mean, people put their heart into what they love,
It's a lot of
went through
it's
that
no
hell and ain't come out right.
there's no one definition of love. There's no one definition, man. There's many ways to define love.
See that?
Like, yo, damn near so many ways, you ain't gonna stop. There's so many ways to define love. There's ways to define love that we can't describe right now, based on the condition that we living under in this government and how it's going on.
That's why they seal on our truth destroyers, because we always gonna find that, in the most effed up situation, we was gonna find that light. We was gonna find that. So one real brother win, everybody win. Only take one real brother to win for everybody to win.
So, God Cypher Divine, you keep saying we dealing with semantics.
We dealing with science.
I'm gonna tell you something. Semantics is a word that's thrown around too, man. And it's just come to have this negative connotation. But how many people actually know what semantics means?
I do, and we ain't dealing with it.
It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a form. It's a form. It's in
Not
linguistics.
that interrupt, but my phone sounds super low. I don't know if it's on my side or your side. Like, it's hard to hear.
Semantics is not a bad thing. People use it and like it's a negative word. Like, oh, you're playing semantics, but it's not even a bad thing. People, they got school. You go to school to learn semantics.
Yeah, Lord, but that shit was reverse psychology, man. Like,
it's when you say the same thing in two different ways.
Hey, just ask the question.
If you say the same thing as somebody else in a different way, you dealing with semantics. That's not what we doing. We not saying what he's saying. We not saying the same thing.
But that's not what semantics means, though. Semantics is actually actually a study. It's a college course. You know what I'm saying? Like,
there's no foreign thought. No foreign thought coming to peer culture, man. So it's like, if you gonna speak that, you gotta, like, I tell my babies, yo, we all gonna come and have a good time. I got, two baby moms, two kids' mother. I say, yo, don't bring in what they telling y'all in here. We gonna come here and have a good time. That's it. So, semantics and all these fancy words and spiritual and all this, you come and you say what you mean, and you're gonna be good regardless. But if you come with an agenda and you come in the disguise and shield and all that, like, you're gonna be on you. We're gonna see it.
I was just dealing with the meaning of words, the meaning behind words. It doesn't mean
Look at words. You got swords. Look at words. You got swords. Look at that. WORDS. Take the S and put it in front of that. You got swords. These words, these shits cut real deep.
It doesn't mean that a person is playing word games trying to elude the topic or try to
from
play
the
word
streets,
games.
man. Nobody gonna play nobody intelligence, man. As a man, you gotta respect the man. We're not gonna do these games. We're not gonna play like that, man.
It don't mean that a person playing word games to win an argument is what I'm saying. Like, people use it like that. Like, oh, you're playing semantics.
Matter of fact, the guard gotta get on the phone. He gotta say why he's saying semantics. He gotta say that. Know what I'm saying?
See, this is what I'm saying.
He gotta say that, man, because he the one that says semantics. He gotta say that. Not the fingers. The fingers don't talk. The mouth talk. That's the spirit. That's the breath.
Yeah, but semantics.
That's the words you put into the atmosphere.
Semantics is some antics. I don't do antics.
See, here's the thing.
Sound like antics. Sound like
antics. Some antics.
They say ticks. That sound like bloodsucker shit, man.
Yeah,
that's what it sound like to me when I hear that.
That's semen. That's semen ticks.
Semen tick.
Listen, here's other thing people don't realize. Even when people say you playing semantics, right? Semantics is about the meaning of words and the context and all of that. What they really mean playing around with words is something they call general semantics.
Okay, okay. Different layers to okay.
What I'm saying is that, listen,
Okay.
man, you know, we can't have 120 lessons without dealing with the meanings of words. See, you can't tell me that one word. Cause see, look, one word. Let me tell you.
Like 5 definitions.
Tell you how one word could change the whole of 120. Now let's say out of the whole 120 in the knowledge degree, right? I take the word black out and put the word white in.
Right.
Imagine I do that.
What's your man say that a white man make a owner.
So one word.
One God.
But did that one word just change the entire nature of everything what we're saying on it? So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes that's something that's used to dismiss.
I'm gonna go with the still pause. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Sometimes that's something that's used to dismiss what somebody is saying. But in all reality, words have meanings, man. You know what I mean? We use letters to make up words which have meanings. We use these words together in sentences, in paragraphs to relate ideas, man. So each word, listen, like right now, if I say boat, plug, water, cow, bottle, straight. You know all those words. I didn't say a word that was foreign to you if you speak English. But they wasn't put together in a particular way that gives you any kind of meaning. What is the point of communication, right? If it's not some type of meaning that you're trying to convey. If you tell me that a chair is a chair, but you could mean a bottle, then you're not communicating an idea to me. That's what the words are doing. That's what we say wisdom is, right? It's an idea put into activation. So we can't just, discount something, even if you say the semantics, because semantics is about the meanings of words. And there's a whole bunch of places throughout the lessons where I could change one word. I could change one word. Listen, suppose if we talk about the 35th degree and the 140. And I just say, listen, let's change the 1 to a 3. Let's change the 1 to a 3. See, just got one digit right there because it's different. So see, don't discount just because somebody's dealing with, the meanings of words that they playing some kind of games, man.
Right. You right, Lord.
Words in reality have meaning, they have context, they have texture. You understand what I'm saying? You got usage, you even got the expression of the word. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody say word, that's different than somebody say word. You understand what I'm saying? And to act like for me to point that out is just playing a game. No, it's not a game.
Right.
That's actually a science.
Right.
Hishamallah said, now you know why we talk about what words mean. Colored versus original.
I was listening to the No set date. It's like, yo, I thought the sign said no color allowed. It was crazy. I said, yeah, that's well. All along, think we the color man.
God Cyber Divine said, meaning is a result of the mind, not our emotions. I mean, meaning is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you could really say meaning is a result. You know what I'm saying? Meaning is the reality of what anything is. You know what I'm saying? You know, like if I say something is a bottle, the meaning of that word is what I'm talking about. That's the reality of it.
That's why the older gods build with you. They'll tell you the meaning. Like, it might come across mean and all that. But guess what? It means what it means. No matter how they do. Yeah.
God Cyber Divine just asked a question here. When we say God, are we using it as a verb or a noun? Me personally, I use it as a verb.
Because God got to build.
I see it as both. I see it as both. Because I feel like even if I'm God when I'm asleep. I'm God, you know what I mean? If I'm on the toilet. I'm God if I'm brushing my teeth. I'm God if I'm sitting down eating.
But listen, all of those are actions.
Right. Okay.
That's an act.
Just like to be God, you gotta do the knowledge.
Yeah.
Before every action, there's a reaction.
You gotta do the knowledge.
See, the only part of who's the original man, you understand what I'm saying, is black man. Other than that, all the rest of that stuff you gotta deal with. In order for that to be
So you saying God, but as a noun, like a noun being a person, place, or thing, God is a person. You see what I'm saying? So it's a noun as well.
I see what you're saying. You know, as a being, you know, God is the black man. You know what I'm saying? But you know, kind of going back to the original stuff we started building on, dealing with potential and kinetic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yo.
You know,
I'm about to hop off this and watch you on the True Vision, man. This shit got burning my phone up. It's like 100 degrees. I'm about to get off the joint and watch you on the True Vision.
But saying, peace.
Peace.
Smoke Dower said the knowledge degree describes a person, place, or thing. You know what I'm saying? But you know, even when we say a person, you know what I'm saying? You know, other than a John Doe, you know, we know a person at the very least by the face value that they hold, the actions that they take. You understand what I'm saying? Like how we know the difference between the man and the woman. How we know the difference between the man and the boy. You know what I'm saying? It's based upon the actions that they responsible for in the cipher. You see what I'm saying? Because if we just say it's a person, right, then we could say that there's strictly a physical description of God. You understand what I'm saying? And then if we deal with it strictly being a physical description of God, right, then we start getting into you know, physical traits and physical characteristics. So then we get into these things where, look, you know, you have a conversation, right, where there's a couple of black seeds standing around and they talking about, yeah, so you know we really the guys, right? All these cats right here, they come from us, man. You know what I'm saying? We really knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? So it has to be, you know, something else. Like I said, it's the truth that puts us in the kinetic energy.
The physical characteristics is in the alphabet and the knowledge degree.
Well, not when it says supreme head. See, just arm, because that's the difference. When you're saying, look, anybody can have arm, leg, arm, head. But not everybody got arm, leg, arm, supreme head. And the supreme head is because you know the truth and your energy is kinetic. So God Cyber Divine said, using God as a verb and not a noun, meaning it's your actions and not a title or describing a person, place, or thing. I mean, it's a title in describing a person, place, or thing. But even a title, you gotta understand something. That's something you gotta uphold. Like how you get to be the champ. That's not just a person. Like everybody that box don't get to be the champs, eh? It's not just a name. You gotta beat the champ to be the champ. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with being God. You know, anybody can come out there and say they the God. You know, them actually being the God is something different. Smoke out only becomes an action with activation or mobilization, wherein it becomes something else to create. In the same way, you're not God until you teach civilization. Precisely. So that's what I'm saying. Where it says, listen, after Asiatic, well, really Asiatic, right? But look, who tells you black man? Asiatic, maker, owner, cream of the planet Earth, father of civilization, God of the universe. Those is all actions that you have to do in order to be the definition in that degree right there, the original man. You understand what I'm saying? Other than that, you're just a said person of that ability. You said you was God, but not in all worlds from highest to lowest because no one else has seen it. You just God to you and your mother and your auntie, you know what I'm saying, and your little cousin and all the people in the family that believe in you, but not to the world, not to the universe. Let me see. God Cyber Divine said, no, God is a noun. God as a noun is going back to the understanding God degree in 140. God is a righteous yet unseen being, exists in everything. Righteous is a verb. Righteousness is about actions. See, that's what I'm saying. That's the fine line. It's sometimes because we got knowledge and we us and we sit around, you know, don't get caught up with the circle jerking, man. You understand what I'm saying? We just sitting there saying, yeah, I'm the true and living God. Yeah, that's right, God. You are the true and living God. I'm the true and living God as well. Word is bond, God. Peace, God. Peace. You know what I'm saying? We just in a mutual appreciation society or something. You understand what I'm saying? Nah, man, we got to get into the action, man. Like, listen, man, that was something that, see, Fortunately for me, I was always teaching. But I seen brothers go through it, man. Yo, man, where's your students, man? Where's the brothers you teaching, man? Like, you couldn't just keep coming around like that and not bring nobody. So, you know, I mean, you could say that, but that only leaves you as the said person. If we was going to leave it at that, if we was going to just leave it at the now, right? Then why not stick with Christianity? Because we can, if we just going to say, well, look, it says it here in the Bible, and we not going to challenge him by none of his works, what it said is supposed to happen. We're not going to challenge, okay, are these prophecies coming true, right? Then Smoke Tower said, I don't follow on that one. Which one? Oh, are you talking to me or are you talking about oh yeah, he's talking to God Cypher Divine, asking him a question right here. God Cypher Divine said, what does the devil teach the 85%? But like I said, all the definitions that you see in there, or everywhere that you see where it says God, you understand what I'm saying? Is something there that's an action. Even when it tells you the earth belongs to the original man, right? It's still telling you got to be the maker and the owner. That's why it belongs to you. Other than that, it's really, there's no problem with Christianity. If that's the case, we just go back to Christianity and just deal with the morally upstanding part, the part where they deal with charity and all that, and leave the other part alone, and just say, look, God is a title that is held by the Most High.
Shit, you wouldn't know the black man is God if black man or somebody didn't tell you out their mouth. That's action. Somebody put it in action and let you know.
That a fucking live battle in Jamaica. And the
Or you did the research.
People on Instagram.
Ain't crazy. What'd you say, God?
I was saying, man, like, based on what the God said, or I like what you forgot what I said, but let me retract.
You said something about you wouldn't know who the living God is. You went back into the church or something like that.
Yeah, right. Exactly. When you say the living God, that's what I'm saying. All these different things, right? That's about action.
Oh, this is what I said. Pardon. I said when you learned about the knowledge of God, you learned it from somebody's mouth. Somebody had to do something to tell you. Somebody was in action. Somebody told you that. Or if you learned it on the internet or something like that, then you put it in action. And you went and researched and you saw and you started finding stuff out. And then you start looking at yourself in the mirror because you wanted to see the change. You got to see the change. You know what I'm saying? You can't just, I learned that the black man's God. I'm an 85%er. I'm still worshiping a mystery God. And, and now that's like the God said, that's just the noun right there. But when you start putting that in action, that's when you see the true manifestation of God. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. I'm about to what the God say. He said, don't get started with vibration. God Cypher Divine, man. Yo,
Yeah. Yeah.
certain degrees.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say certain degrees. Like, if you're not on that degree, you shouldn't even touch it. You should wait till you get there.
Right. Yeah. How I see it too, though. Like I see it more as like a mindset. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at the word God in the alphabet, it born back to wisdom, equality, which are born build. So, like he said, it's a verb. So, what is build? Build means to add on. So, I'm constantly adding on. So that's how I see it. That's my definition. That's what I got in my alphabet. You know what I'm saying? And God is one, the supreme builder. So, you know, wisdom, equality, all born, build, destroy. So that's how I see that.
Yeah.
And and Allah understand the culture. Allah is one who understands his culture because he is God, which is the one who, what I mean, builds or destroys. That's how I see that.
Yeah. See, the very thoughts that I'll be having, right? Like for instance, let me ask y'all a question. When's the last time you had a dream where you was at 85?
Man.
You see what I'm saying, guys? See, cell to cell, the synapses in my brain travel a certain way, man.
Right.
That's an action, man. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My mindset, everything.
I be having God dreams.
Yeah, when I have a dream, I be God.
Yeah, I be having God dreams.
Yeah. I don't never have a dream where I'm at 85%, like when I'm eating a ham sandwich.
Never.
You understand what I'm saying?
Never. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's because it's not on your mind, Lord. That's why it's not on your mind. Like you've been dealing with this for a long time.
When Asiatic mathematics said, even when I'm resting, without a question. That's because every cell that's traveling in my body, man, is transmitting to each other that we dealing with this, we body of God right here.
See that?
That's because everything. For me, everything I do, I have to. You can't forget about your duty. If I go somewhere, I gotta make it conducive to my duty, man. Or I'm not gonna be doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like the things that I do have to be conducive to me reaching to the youth and being around the babies, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's in the embodiment of this right here. It's like I dream about ways to teach. I might have a bad dream, but then more often than not, I'll be having good dreams about some righteous stuff. I mean, I didn't been sleep. I didn't woke up. Yo, peace to the God, and woke up. You're like, yo, for real. Like I didn't had that type of dream where I didn't heard peace to the God and woke up and looked around like, yo, it sounded like somebody really said it in my ear.
Yeah.
So it's like, yo, I mean, these type of experiences you only gonna have when you get there, though. When you get to that level of knowledge and wisdom to where every cell in your body is reacting to that which is on your mind.
True indeed.
Especially if your name alone, you got to carry that. Then the earth is 6 sextillion tons, and you still got like 7. You got other planets, so that's a lot of weight you put on yourself. So if you living it out, and if you're not, either way, like you said, definitely gonna come back to you, man. Like, it ain't for everybody. Everybody's for it, but everybody ain't. It's for everybody, but everybody ain't for it.
Yeah. So we got any questions about what we've been dealing with today? Because we're gonna start winding this one up. In the account, everybody that all the donors to the Random Jews GoFundMe, check your email. I sent out an email. Basically, we at $916 now. So I predict by the end of this month, we're gonna be pretty much at the halfway point. You know what I'm saying? So Sunday, May 31st, 2020 is I suggest that that's the first meeting right there. You know what I'm saying? And we could discuss the incorporation of everything and how it's gonna be organized, you know what I'm saying, in terms of who's gonna be the officers, however we gonna make decisions, you know what I'm saying, like how we gonna vote, what would be the voting structure and all of these types of things. So if that day is at 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So then, the brothers on the West Coast should be up by then. And so yeah, if anybody got anything else that they think needs to be added to that agenda, I don't think we need to add too much in terms of decision making. Let's just deal with the structure right now. Or if the time is inconvenient, get in touch with me and we'll see what we could work out. But May 31st, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna do a private live where I'm gonna send a link to the individuals that have donated already or by that time.
Yes, sir.
The show Improve Smoked Hour, they already said that the show Improve is gonna be virtual. That's the last thing I heard. Right now the situation is by June 12th, it's still not gonna be the quarantine is not gonna be, New York City hasn't even gone into phase 1 yet. So in terms of having a gathering with that many people, that's already pretty much a dub in New York. And then on top of that, getting Harriet Tubman is an impossibility right now because they're not even opening the school building until September. So that's another adjustment that's gonna have to be made, actually. You know what I'm saying? In terms of where and how we do the show Improve, at least for the very near future. But yeah, it's supposed to be virtual somehow. Exactly how that works, I don't know. God Cypher Divine said, where's the discourse? What discourse? On what? Anyone else? Anybody got any questions? We dealt with some yeah, man, this crisis smoked out. This pretty much ripped up. This ruined a whole lot of plans, man. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I don't know what's gonna happen with the boxing class. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, when they let up on the quarantine, I get some of my kids back to do the boxing. Man, civilization class here. We got a couple things we gotta get together. But right now, like I said, it's all about the
I got a question, guy. Why they call it boxing? What does it have to do with boxes?
where did the name boxing come from?
Yeah, what it got to do with like boxes? It's boxing, like box. You see what I'm saying? Like, what is it? Why is it called boxing?
Don't let nobody box you in. It's like corners, the elevators.
Okay, okay. I can see that because you get in the corner, like, yeah,
You
yeah,
know the corner game.
yeah. That makes sense.
But yeah, everybody, if you what's the name, check your email. I sent out a what's the name from the GoFundMe. I experiment with that too. That's my first time. But yeah, I think I figured out I gotta get some headphones. Once I get my headphones, I'm gonna be able to get my picture back, man. I think the headphones is gonna stop the feedback. That's what messed me up, man. Mr. Green once said, "Do the knowledge to the word. The rarefied gases, the rarefied gaseous envelope of the sun and other stars. The sun's corona is normally visible only during a total solar eclipse, when it is seen as an irregularly shaped pearly globe surrounding the darkened disk of the moon." Why I gotta have that name? Listen, man, I've heard everything about the name, you know. I mean, it's had that name, you know, for at least some decades. But yeah, when it comes to the name of that, you know, but like the brother was saying earlier, with me, you know, right now, uh, you know, I'm just doing the knowledge, man. You know what I'm saying? Everything what people are saying, I take it into consideration. But yeah, this thing has really been crazy, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, I looked up this word, corona. It says
It's a reproductive organ.
a
Part of the.
crown.
Yeah.
Listen, what I'm looking at this little definition I found. It says a crown or garland bestowed for distinguished military service.
Wow.
It's also a
It
part of the
says
male anatomy.
a coronavirus is so called coronavirus for the spikes that protrude from its membranes and resemble the tines of a crown or the corona of the sun. The two crown constellations, Corona Borealis, according to the fable, the crown of Eridania, and Corona Australis, are both Ptolemaic. Okay, so they saying it is from the sun. They saying because the virus under microscopic vision looks like the crown or the corona of the sun.
Yeah, man, I ain't been paying that shit no mind. I just been doing my regular routines.
Yo, Lord, you know, when you look at that, man, you look at the virus, you see like we the virus. You know what I'm saying? The virus, you got US in it. You know, we got BRIRUS. That's it. We the virus. We the virus they trying to get rid of and all that shit. That's what it all
I'm
come back to.
Nah, a virus is a negative. Like that's not a good thing. I'm not a virus.
You know what I'm saying based on Nate, you know, speaking you know,
I
from
might be
them. Like
more
that's how
like
they looking at us. You know what
bacteria or
I'm
something because you got good bacteria.
saying?
Say virus.
Yeah, like you see, you got that US in it. You know what I'm saying? You look at Germans, you got germs in it. So they tell you who it is. They so arrogant that you know they try to learn and do like the original man, but at the same time, once they start feeling themselves, they gonna tell you all they, you know, 'cause he can't help it. He gotta say what he doing. If he could say it and show you and still get over you, then he wins. Once you expose his ass, then you know he's over with. That's how you could destroy him in a day, as long as you don't fall victim to what?
Yeah. All I know, man, is you know, eventually, uh, you know, when everything is settled down from this right here, all I know is this one right here, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This one right here, man. Oh man.
Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah.
this is definitely, you know what I'm saying? And then like I said, we just beginning, you know,
Oh.
listen, we might have uh, you know, even in terms of the deaths, like look, with all the people that they said lost their jobs, right? How many of them lost their health care with their jobs? I don't know. I know, you know, they got the Obamacare now, but how many of them?
Obamacare done.
But that's all right. So this is what I'm saying.
Mm.
That's more people that could be getting a life-saving treatment that's not going to be getting in that.
Mm.
What are they
You
gonna
understand?
pay with?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
just like they saying right now, there's certain deaths, right, of people who, because you know, you could really only come in the hospital for an emergency now.
Right.
You either got the symptoms of this, you know what I'm saying, or you got some emergency. So people that's supposed to get certain people that's supposed to get certain cancer treatments and things of that nature, they not getting it.
Yeah. You know, it's just like a hustler, you know, you got like candy to sell. And as soon as you make the longer you make somebody wait for it, they want it more. So it's like, yo, look, you got this, you're not gonna be able to get in here. And as soon as we open up, you're gonna go run in there. So it's kind of
Listen,
like with it, you know.
you know, it depends, man. And then that's not even like I said, the the, the economic hit, at least here in New York, man. You know, I'm sure it's gonna be other places bounce right back. But
Yeah. Right.
you know, you might be hearing on the news that, you know, yeah, Wall Street and all down there is doing good or something. But
Right.
listen, this right here, this right here is gonna rock this is gonna rock New York.
Yeah.
A lot of people is gonna be psychologically affected for the rest of their lives as well, just because
Mm.
you know the level of fear. So it's just not you know it's not gonna go away. Even when it do, like even when it go away and they stop talking about it, and people go back to their everyday lives.
Right.
All right,
Yeah, you
I
know.
was
finna
just looking
tap
at
out,
you like
y'all.
go get a Corona. You be like, I'm going to store to get a Corona. They just probably put the beats on you.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, though, man, I'm about to wind it down right now. You know what I'm saying? Peace to all the brothers that came on. You know what I'm saying? Universal Truth. God Cypher Divine. He couldn't get his joint to work. But peace to the God. Peace, peace. You know what I'm
Peace,
saying?
peace,
All
man.
right, peace. Peace,
Oh,
everybody.
too shall pass, man.
Peace.
You know what I'm saying?
Peace to the gods.
And yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.
Peace, God.